field yesterday with no changes on the injury front. Offensive coordinator Joe Brady and defensive coordinator Bobby Babich both spoke to the media before practice. You can hear what both of them had to say on demand on our website. Also, keep up with what happened in practice with Sal Capaccio in his articles on our website, WGR550.com. Scary injury situation for the Baltimore Ravens yesterday as quarterback Lamar Jackson left the practice early. According to the team's spokesperson, Jackson was knocked on the ground and got his foot stepped on and left practice 40 minutes early. After the practice, though, the team said that he will be fine and won't miss any time. Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer said yesterday he believes that edge rusher Micah Parsons will be in the lineup for Week 1 this season. Rumors and reports of trade packages for Parsons have been cycling around for the past few weeks now, ever since Parsons requested a trade out of Dallas. Parsons and his agent have not had any form of contract negotiation with the team since April, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, and the two-time All-Pro has not formally practiced with the team for the entirety of training camp. Overnight, the Kansas City Chiefs dealt former second-round pick Sky Moore to the San Francisco 49ers, along with a 2027 seventh-round pick in exchange for a 2027 sixth-round pick. Moore played in 36 games for the Chiefs and is heading into his final year of his rookie deal. In baseball last night, the Blue Jays fell short against the Pirates, losing 2-1, and the Yankees had another big offensive night, hitting 5 more home runs, beating the Rays 6-4 in extra innings, earning their 5th win in a row. The Yankees and Red Sox square off tonight, starting a 4-game series that could completely change the AL East standings. First pitch for tonight's game is at 7:15. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
So what is this now? You have ordered the same meal 4 days in a row for lunch at the same the same place?
Yeah, not only the same place, but like the same location. It's a chain.
Same location.
The same location.
And you're just gone every day. And like a minute before we go in there, it's like, I might do it again today.
It's not really at this point a might thing. It's just
you're going to do it again today. The thing I had yesterday was so good. I'm going to do the exact same thing.
And then you just find yourself in a cycle of...
You're fixated and then it's over.
Steak sandwiches.
Steak sandwich.
4 days. This is going to be 4 days in a row, or you're already at
Today
4 days
will be
in a row?
5.
Today will be 5.
Yeah.
Just make it a week.
This is becoming almost like a modern version of the Super Size Me challenge, where he just like, I just want to see what happens.
Should we do a calorie count?
Gosh.
This says, on average,
This is
1,189 calories.
that's not as bad as I thought it was
Right,
going to
because
be.
I'm going to eat breakfast this morning, and then I don't really eat for the rest of the day, and then I eat dinner. I'm feeling good. I've actually never felt better.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Do you get your steak sub? Of course he got a steak sub, right?
Yeah.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
How's the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got cookies this time, though, too. I got the 3-pack. I gave one to my girlfriend, so I didn't eat all 3 cookies. There's another one waiting for me.
You ate 2 cookies.
I ate one.
You ate one.
Gave one to her. There's still one left. That's the beauty of the 3-pack.
Okay. I guess that's the beauty of the 3-pack. There are 3 of them. Yes.
Yes. Easily shareable, still feel gluttonous.
Yeah.
You know?
Not only did you have the steak sub yesterday, I even was inspired to go and get one of my own.
Uh-huh.
You know what I forgot, though? Forgot the oil.
What kind of sub did you get?
Just the same thing you guys
The steak?
Eating. Steak.
Oh,
yeah.
you can go dry on that, brother.
It was
You
still
don't need
good. It was
oil.
still really good.
Don't need oil.
It was still really good.
Send that dry. No
Okay.
problem.
All right. I'm not going back today, though. My
Okay.
streak will absolutely end at 1 when it comes to the steak sub.
I have nothing to do after work today. Today's like one of those really rare days. I'm not golfing. My back's been kind of bothering me, so I'm trying to lay low a little.
Okay. So you're gonna get a steak sub.
I got nothing but. And right now, my girlfriend thinks this is
sub,
funny.
kick your feet up, and go watch reruns of The West Wing.
Sounds like
a great little Thursday.
Sounds like a great night.
Right there.
Sounds like a great night.
Yeah.
I might do that.
Do it.
I think, though, my girlfriend at this point, she's like she thought it was kind of funny that I came home with Jersey Mike. Oh, I'm not supposed to say it.
Schmerzy Mike's.
Schmerzy Mike's yesterday. She thought I was just like not going to do it.
Uh-huh.
You know, like one of those things that Nate does. Like, haha.
Right, this is a bit. This is going to stop here.
And I even asked her if she wanted one. She said she hadn't eaten, and she goes, I'd absolutely just rather not have dinner. I'd rather not eat. She's like, I'd rather just watch you eat. How's an entire giant? which I did.
Wait, when she's but she was hungry.
She was hungry.
Hadn't had dinner, and
She had me stop next door and get something else.
okay.
She's like, I'm not doing this with you.
Okay.
And I was like, all right, that's a choice.
There was a further dinner plan coming for her. Okay.
Yes. I actually bypassed free league dinner last night to get the good stuff.
That's too far.
Protein. That's all
too
I'm thinking
far.
about right now. It's a lot of good protein and muscle building.
Yeah.
I have the same fight with my girlfriend every time I get this specific place. She's like, I hate it every time we get it. We got it like 3 times, and she was like, I'm not doing it.
You can't do. Would a restaurant look? Not like a restaurant, but like a lunch spot, right? Like, would they stick their nose up at going and getting something from somewhere else
and then
next door? I'm going to order from you, but she's going to eat this, and we're going to bring that through your doors and eat it at your tables in here. Like, is that they would have no?
I think as long as someone there is purchasing food from said place,
right?
I think it's cool if you.
Yeah, we're not both getting food from somewhere else
and
walking
bringing it
into your establishment, sitting down and
asking
eating.
for the free water and then not.
Right. That would.
It's like
no one's doing
It's like
that.
using the bathroom. Somebody's got to buy something.
You got to buy something.
That would be ridiculous.
No tiki, no laundry.
Yeah. And more than just, hey, I bought this drink for 99 cents. So now I have the right.
Now I've got you. Now I've got you right where I want you.
Even if you do that, I mean, what are the odds someone's going to come over and ask you to leave? But just, I don't know. I would feel like I would be getting glares if I were to do that.
I think
so someone's got to order food.
Get glares is different than be asked to leave.
Yeah,
I think
totally.
no matter what you do in that situation, if you come in with other food, you're getting glares.
But you don't think you don't think you're getting asked to leave if I bring food in from somewhere else?
If one of you brings food from somewhere else and one of you gets food from that place,
I think it's totally viable.
But both, I'm getting asked to leave.
Oh, both, you're out of there.
Yeah.
Like, sir, you can't do that.
You're gonna get executed in that place for that.
You could just
escorted.
However, you could definitely, if you're going to a bar to have a couple of beers, I am all about bringing your own food.
Does the bar have food?
It could.
If it doesn't, sure. If it does, see, I would think I can't do that. Or I wouldn't do that.
If I'm drinking 3 beers, I can pretty much do whatever I want. That's kind of my.
I don't think that's how that works.
If I spend,
sir, is that your 3rd beer? And then they pass you a little chip, like, all right,
you're
here's
good.
Free pass.
You're good.
You can just do whatever.
If I'm getting
Free reign on the
3
place.
beers and tipping 20%,
A pardon.
I think I should be able to do just about anything I want. In that
Yeah,
place.
It also depends on the food. Like, if the bar doesn't make the food you're bringing in, I think that's totally game. Like, if you're bringing a pizza and for some reason this bar doesn't make pizza, like, that's fine. Like, you're bringing something that you can't get there.
Yeah, like
and
if it's chicken wings, if it's like if they serve chicken wings, you can't bring chicken wings there.
Oh, absolutely not.
That's against.
I mean,
I
personally don't think I would bring anything.
I don't. Yeah,
to
I
these
don't.
places.
I think I'm with you, Joe.
Really?
I don't think I'm bringing.
I'm not bringing anything in
outside into a.
Like, I'm gonna walk into a bar with my pizza. How big's the pizza?
Well, I don't know, like
box?
a slice.
It's a nice time of year. What if you're sitting out on the patio?
Also, what are you just walking around with a whole box of pizza? No, you bring a slice. You bring a personal, like a pan pizza, a personal pan pizza. I think is totally.
But that's still a pizza box, is it not?
Yeah, but
it's like it's
small.
smaller than a laptop.
Yeah, right.
It's a tiny box.
It's basically a backpack.
I'm starting a poll in the chat.
I'm with Nate on this. That's a great idea.
You just can't. If they have a chicken sandwich, I don't think you should bring someone else's chicken sandwich there. But I think you could have just about anything else.
Because think about ordering food from a bar too. Sometimes it takes like a lot longer than if you're at a restaurant.
And sometimes
then they got to find where you are in the bar, and you got to wait. And if there's a rush, like
I like sitting at the bar.
Let me ask you this question.
Huh. By the way, it's Jeremy and Joe. We are going. I've got some trivia to get to, by the way, in a minute here. Go ahead. What's the question?
So let's just say it's early morning and you're going to a soccer bar.
Sure.
A certain one that's over near Hurdle.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And it's 10 a.m.
Yep.
And you're thinking to yourself, you know what? I think I'm going to go to Schmimmies, Schmim Schmortens this morning.
Uh-huh.
Do you bring it in with you to the bar?
I know. See, I would.
But
finish
people
it.
do.
People
definitely do.
I would finish before I went in.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not.
It's like etiquette for you?
Yeah, I'm not.
You wouldn't leave the car until it's 10:03. The game started. You're going to sit in your car, finish that breakfast sandwich, rather than bring it inside?
I think I'm going to finish the breakfast sandwich.
Not one of those bartenders is going to say a thing to you.
But I don't even care if they say a thing to me. Am I going to... If it becomes a habit, will they say something to me? If I do it every week, then eventually it's like, hey man, you're bringing a sandwich in here every week. They've had sandwiches there. I don't know if they do regularly, but no, I wouldn't.
I think they're just happy that you're there. You're drinking beer at 10 a.m. on a Sunday.
Maybe I need to give it a shot.
I feel like they don't have to say anything. I would just feel wrong.
You would feel it. Oh,
I would feel wrong.
So
yes.
wrong.
Yes.
I'm
neurotic enough that I wouldn't even. I don't know that I'd be capable of going in there.
I would just be feet up eating sandwich with a 10 a.m. beer.
This is only limited to beer or limited to bars. If I go into a steakhouse, like I'm walking in with the pizza. You guys don't have pizza on the menu.
Way different.
It's a completely different conversation.
I want pizza with my steak. You don't serve pizza. So here's my pizza.
First of all, most steakhouses will probably have
Where does it end?
some kind of pizza.
Where does it end?
I think it's dive bars.
Okay.
I think the menu has to have less than 7 items on the list.
If the menu is French fries and
now we're
chicken wings
and you know,
maybe a burger.
This is the only situation where this is acceptable.
I think there is a threshold of the number of things on the menu.
All right,
but
so
that
dive
also,
bar, yes. Steakhouse, no.
Yes.
Okay.
Got it. That's like the farthest things
Exactly.
you could pick.
We got somewhere. It's where we're going to start.
But I think
in the middle.
There's two obligations. Has to have 7 or less items on the food items on the menu,
right?
And you have to be there drinking, or
you got to be doing something to give them something back.
Right.
Like, how many times have you been at a bar and you're like, man, I really wish I had this type of food?
Some bars you're even like, hey, BYOE, BYOF.
Well, those ones, those are very, like, clear on the rules, though. Like, they even will encourage it. Like, up on the board, it will be, hey, there's like on the chalkboard list of restaurants right nearby, and here's their numbers. Go ahead. It's like an invitation. Like, go get their food, bring it here. Some places are like that. I've seen a couple places like that.
I think the existence of being that obvious about it proves that we are correct and that you should not bring your own food.
No,
I think that's I think that supports Nate and I's argument of you can bring your own food.
I think they're telling you it's okay now.
Right,
Don't freak out.
I think post-COVID world,
we're giving you permission.
Post-COVID world, you can pretty much do whatever you want.
Twice now.
Things changed.
I think I just have a free pass here.
Things changed.
I'm good.
Nate's just
buffets are dead. Buffets are dead, and you can bring food from other establishments. Yeah,
are they dead?
When was the last time you've had a buffet?
Was never
that
a big
wasn't
buffet
in like
guy
Vegas.
That was never a big buffet guy in the first place.
The last time I had a buffet was like in Atlantic City, like somewhere.
Okay,
just
that seems like a place that would have a buffet.
Right. The only places that have buffets left are basically casinos.
Really?
And banquet halls.
The buffet is dead.
And resorts.
Yeah,
resorts too.
I didn't know this. The buffet was...
The buffet died with
How
COVID.
was the buffet ever?
OCB? Do you not... did you just...
I don't know.
Home-style cooking buffet?
I gotta go.
No, I'm not a big buffet guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
We should go, but I don't...
Your dad strikes me as a buffet guy.
That might be right.
I'm gonna talk to him later. I'm gonna go ahead and say he has a list of his favorite former buffets here.
He does. He loves. Yeah. You know what? You might be right about that.
No, I'm 100% right about it.
Buffets are a prime leftover spot too.
Is he?
What? What do you mean?
What? Why not?
You don't take food with you?
I've been to a buffet where you could take food.
You just take food off the thing. You're like, hey, I had 3 plates. By the way, I'm going to feed Mima back at home.
I went to a place where they said you can take 1 box home.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Was there a fee? Like what?
No. Yeah, there was an extra fee, like an extra like $5 or something.
Okay.
I don't remember what it was, but you could take a box home.
All right, well, that's fair. If you're
So I guess
paying
it's just
for the
one
take
place.
home.
Maybe they're not all prime.
I really miss like the really good like Asian buffets that would have like the most insanely random desserts. Like you could get like Jell-O in the middle of a buffet line, you know? It'd be like red, normal fruit punch Jell-O.
Just randomly placed in the middle.
Chocolate pudding. Yeah.
And it's next to like the broccoli and beef.
It's like,
There's
hey,
some broccoli in the Jell-O.
We ran out of
We
ran out of things to put on this buffet. We have an open space here. We can't put nothing. Go see what's in the back. Chocolate pudding.
Perfect.
Put it on there.
And all of a sudden it's a mainstay. And then they always had the ice cream machine with the plastic groovy cup. And then the overly frozen ice cream. It had ice bits in it.
Okay.
I miss it.
I'll have to see if there's one of these places still open.
Bring buffets back.
Do it, yeah.
Bring them back. Yeah, go ahead. Let's start a buffet business.
Where you can bring your own food.
Right. Makes a lot of sense. 803-0550 is the phone number. A lot to get to on today's show. We've got actually Brian Koziel coming up in about 15 minutes because the Tour Championship starts today. I want to get into a little Ryder Cup with Brian as well. He was available. He's going to come on in 10 minutes. Lou DiBiase is going to join us at 7, 14 teams in 14 days. We're just checking around with all the Bills' opponents one last time before the start of the season. So we'll get in on the Eagles a bit, who the Bills play in Week 17. And then also Sal at 8 o'clock on practice yesterday, and some more on the Bills. Let's get the gears moving though here. I got some. You want some trivia?
Yeah.
To start the show here.
I do.
So the other day we were talking about Flacco and what the Browns were doing at quarterback. So I guess I'm giving away one of the answers here.
Sure.
I went through, and since the Cleveland Browns returned to the National Football League, 1999. They have had the most Week 1 starters in the NFL. 1999 to 2025. That is 26 years. Flacco will be their 20th Week 1 starter in 26 years.
That's amazing.
20 Week 1 starters.
I'm not even mad. That's impressive.
Want to guess what the Bills' number is? Since in that same time frame, since 1999, how many Week 1 starters have the Bills had?
They've had 20 and 26. I'm saying the Bills have had 14.
The Bills have had 11.
Okay.
That between the Browns and the Bills, 8 teams that have had more than the Bills. Week 1 starters since 1999. Can you give me those 8 teams?
Had more than the Bills.
More Week 1 starters than the Bills since 99. And I already gave you the Browns are right at the top. Flacco will be the 20th. So you got 8 between 11
the Jets.
and 20. The New York Jets are correct. They've had 12 Week 1 starters.
Unsurprised by that. Unfazed.
Only one more than the Bills.
The Cardinals.
The Cardinals are correct. They have 12 Week 1 starters in the same amount of time. Even though they haven't had a new Week 1 starter in, how long is this for Kyler now?
5 years, I think. But they had a revolving. That was an impressively bad.
Oh yeah,
quarterback.
Liner and Warner, and did Sean Skelton start a Week 1? I could actually pull that up.
The Houston Texans.
The Houston Texans are incorrect. They've only had 10.
Indianapolis Colts.
The Colts are also incorrect with 9. Wow. Part of it because it was only 2 guys for the first 20 years of this.
Yeah. It's been recent.
They've had a different one.
Like the last 5-7 years, I would say.
Have they had a different one every year since Luck?
I think so.
Jones, I could just pull this up. Jones, Richardson, Matt Ryan.
Yep.
Brissett.
Yep.
Rivers. I might even be missing one.
That's 5.
Did I say Richardson?
Yeah.
I might be missing
Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz.
Remember the Carson Wentz era?
I did not. I forgot about the Carson Wentz era for a moment.
I think a lot of Colts fans wish they did.
Yeah. That gets you to basically 9. You have, so far, the Jets and the Cardinals.
Steelers.
Incorrect.
Yeah, right. They've had
Roethlisberger
forever.
For a long, long time. Where is Pittsburgh on here? Pittsburgh has had 9. 9 different starters. We also missed Scott Tolzien, by the way, who had a Week 1 start for the Colts.
How could I have forgotten Scott Tolzien?
Scott Tolzien started a season for the Colts? How long did that last?
Couldn't have been good.
It could not have lasted long.
No.
Is that like Peterman plays a half? Jacksonville, 10. Close. One little hint here. You do have some teams that
Carolina
are seen as winners in here, like have been winners. Carolina, same amount as the Bills, so not correct. 11. You have a couple teams that won the Super Bowl.
The Rams?
No. Not the Rams. They have 8.
Not the Chiefs.
No, not the Chiefs. Alex Smith
Eagles?
and Mahomes taking over. Nope. 8. You guys got any guesses?
I mean,
Nate. I think Nate needs a life preserver here. Also, it definitely makes it tougher when you're asking trivia at 6:21 in the morning and not, 9:21.
I'm pretty sharp right now. I've had a few. I got myself.
I don't know. You're 1 for 11.
I'm still riding my steak sub high from last night, so I'm vibing right now.
That'll fuel you for a while.
Yeah. You're missing the number 2 team on this list who has had 17
the Vikings.
Week 1 starters. The Vikings are not the team with 17, but they are third. 13 Week 1 starters for Minnesota. Even though they have been pretty good the entire time.
The Bears.
You got Culpepper, you've got Darnold, you've got Brad Johnson, Matt Castle, Christian Ponder. The Bears is your next guess?
Yes.
Chicago is correct. They've had 12.
So how many do we have left?
You are missing 2, 3, 4. 4 teams
San Francisco.
with more. Yes. How about that?
Good one.
The Niners have been more Week 1 starters since 99 than the Bills have. Trey Lance is in that group, of course, recently. Purdy, Garoppolo, Sean Hill.
Seattle?
No Seattle. Too many Russell Wilson years there.
Yep. Green Bay's not right.
Denver?
Denver is correct. Denver, who has won the Super Bowl in this time span. Manning,
Osweiler.
Bo Nix, Russell Wilson, Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Lock, Joe Flacco, Case Keenum, Trevor Siemian, Kyle Orton, Jay Cutler, Jake Plummer, Brian Greasy.
Wow, Osweiler wasn't in there.
That's kind of amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
12 Week 1 starters, and he was there twice, and he's not one of the answers.
Mm-hmm. So we got 2 left.
2 left.
The Bengals.
Didn't they give him a massive contract?
Yes.
Or no, Houston gave him a massive contract.
Brock Osweiler?
Yeah.
Yes.
They lured him away. Who'd you just guess?
The Bengals.
No. Cincinnati has 6, one of the fewest. Burrow and Palmer eat up a big chunk.
The Titans?
No, not the Titans. Yeah. You have another Super Bowl winner. You have... There's only 2 teams left. So it's that team and then also the team that's number 2 is 17.
Tampa?
Tampa has 13 different Week 1 starters.
Yep.
Brady, Winston. How about Josh Freeman for this?
Yes. Man. It's a good name.
How about Chris Sims as a Week 1 starter? Josh McCown.
Wait. This is so easy.
Byron Leftwich.
It's so easy. I can't believe we didn't come up with it. It's the Raiders.
No, it's not.
Really?
Yeah. So it's not that easy. The Raiders actually...
That's
11. It's the same as the Bills. This team has 17. 17.
The Giants?
Nope. A hint. They will.
Too much Daniel Jones.
They will. Right. 7 years. This team will be starting the same Week 1 starter as last year. It'll be the first time this team goes consecutive years with the same Week 1 starter since 2017. 8 years. It's been 8 years since this team's had the same Week 1 starter in back-to-back seasons. They will this year.
Panthers.
Nope.
Oh, you already guessed that, didn't you?
Yeah. Not the Falcons.
Nope.
No. This is weird. I cannot get a read on this.
Give me 30 more seconds.
Okay. I want to give him one more hint, but I don't want to give it away.
Right. Is this the Super Bowl? You said
no.
Super Bowl. This is not them. Okay.
Not in this time period.
Josh, you have anything here?
I'm stumped.
Stumped.
Because all these teams looking at are Super Bowl winners in this time. So like,
here I'll give you this hint. Of the last 7 Week 1 starters, different Week 1 starters in a row. One of them is Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Okay, that doesn't. That's not a hint.
I mean,
That is definitely a hint. It might not be a giveaway, but it's a hint.
He's played for every team.
He's played for, what is the actual number?
It's not the Dolphins.
8 teams, not the Dolphins.
We've already got the Jets, right?
Right?
Yeah.
I was about to throw a shot at the Dolphins because I was like, his two have been hurt for enough years that he hasn't started for them.
He started for this team in 2021.
2021.
Houston? I already said Houston.
No,
Not Houston. I'm going to check. Oh, and don't check. Is the chat screaming it?
No, they are not.
They don't know it either?
Washington is getting guessed.
Washington.
Steelers.
It's Washington.
It's Washington. Washington's had
Right.
a different week 1 starter 7 years in a row.
When you said this is their first year, the first year they've had a guy that started back-to-backs, they didn't even come to my mind.
Right.
Yeah, Fitz started 1 game there, got hurt, and never played again.
That's right in the opener.
Yeah.
Right, because I was like, I crossed them off in my head because no Fitz.
Since Kirk Cousins started 3 years in a row,
Howell.
week 1.
RG3.
Yeah, no, RG3 was before Cousins. They've gone in order. Alex Smith, Keenum, Haskins, Fitzpatrick, Wentz. Again, here's Carson
Another
Wentz.
Carson Wentz.
Sam Howell, and now Jaden Daniels. So Washington. Finally, they've made it. They're going to probably go a few years in a row with the same guy.
I think they're going to go a few years for this guy.
Yeah.
Wow, Washington.
The Bills will go further down this list every year, by the way.
Yes,
Not
they will.
that it's like something that everyone's actively tracking. But, well, somebody is. The list was out there. So I guess somebody was actively tracking it. 803-0550 is the phone number. Yesterday was the reported visit of Gabe Davis. We did not see a signing take place. Not yet, at least. I don't know if he's supposed to be here again today or how all that works, what the timeline will be like. So keep you updated on that. If you got a thought carrying over from yesterday on Davis as a signing, feel free to give us a call. Brian Cosio is going to join us coming up next, talk a little bit about the end of the PGA season with the Tour Championship and then also the Ryder Cup. I want to get into like what Scotty Scheffler is doing right now and how that compares to Tiger. Like, is it 60% of what we watch with Tiger? Is it less than that? Because what he's doing is incredible, but I think we're all spoiled. 803-0550 is the phone number. Brian coming up next. Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary in for Jeremy today. This is WGR. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Other things yesterday from practice, Sal. Still no Max Hairston. Not that anyone was expecting him to practice yesterday, but McDermott was asked about him. And aren't we nearing a point maybe in the next week or two where if he's not on the field, then maybe what would the options be? An injury list?
Yeah, so here's, I think, what's going to happen. By the way, we are less than a week. A week from yesterday at 4 o'clock. Next Tuesday at 4 p.m., final rosters are due. So you can play the game in Tampa on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So 3 days later, you have final rosters due. Max Hairston, according to Sean McDermott, he's making progress, but he's a ways away, is the way he said it. Okay, so what that tells me is next Tuesday at 4 p.m., I think you're going to see Max Hairston on the IR designated to return list. So what happens is the Bills will get 2 guys next Tuesday at 4 p.m., 2 guys that they can put on injured reserve who don't count on the 53, don't have to make the 53, and they can still come back after 4 weeks. I think that is tailor-made right now for Max Hairston. He gets an extra 4 weeks to be around the team, rehab, facility, all that, and then they can kind of slow play it. And then let's remember, the Bills have a bye week, week 7, and really you kind of get a little bit more ramp-up time for him because he can come back after those 4 weeks. They can practice. it'll be very similar to like a Hoyt and Ogunjobi situation, right? Those guys will go on a suspended list for 6 games. Harrison would have to miss 4, but I think you'd kind of put them all in the same bucket with getting that time off, time ready to get back. So yes, I think that's probably what you're looking at right now is next Tuesday, Max Harrison goes on that IR designated to return list.
Buffalo Bills back out on the practice field yesterday afternoon. No changes to the injury report. Offensive coordinator Joe Brady and defensive coordinator Bobby Babich both spoke to the media before practice. You can hear what both of them had to say on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Scary injury situation for the Ravens yesterday as quarterback Lamar Jackson left the team's practice 40 minutes early. According to a team spokesperson, he was knocked to the ground and got his foot stepped on. After practice, though, the team said he'll be fine and won't miss any time. Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer said he believes that edge rusher Micah Parsons will be in the lineup for Week 1 this season. Rumors and reports of trade packages for Parsons have been cycling around for the past few weeks now, ever since Parsons requested a trade out of Dallas. Parsons and his agent have not had any form of contract negotiation with the team since April, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. The two-time All-Pro has not formally practiced with the team for the entirety of this training camp. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
How do you like the format this year? Is this the best way to finish it? Everybody starts even. What are your thoughts on that whole setup?
Yeah, I mean, I guess no more sandbagging for me at the end of the year. I was not a huge fan of the starting strokes format. I was a fan of the points format, but I understand why people wanted to move away from that with, FedEx being a huge sponsor and having to give out 2 trophies at the end of the week and explaining the season-long race. And this, to me, is a much simpler format to end the year. And in order to qualify for this championship, you have to have a great year. To be one of the 30 best players on our tour and make it to this tournament is an extreme accomplishment. And, one of the things people may pick apart is, well, some guys can win the season-long race without winning a tournament until the Tour Championship. And, I would argue making the Tour Championship without winning a tournament is a pretty cool accomplishment.
Scotty Scheffler on the changes to the format for the Tour Championship, which begins this morning. 803-0550 is the phone number. Brian Koziel joins the show now. It's Jody Biasi, Nate Geary. Jeremy White is off today. Good morning, Brian.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning. The what are the changes to the Tour Championship? So they're not doing the thing anymore, or are they? With the you start with a lead if you've been winning lately?
Yeah, so it's in terms of the actual tournament itself, and you heard Scotty Scheffler there mention it a little bit. There's the last handful of years they went with a staggered scoring system. So because Scotty Scheffler, who of course won again last week, comes in number 1 in FedEx Cup points, he would have started this week's tournament at -10. Rory McIlroy second, he would have started at -8, and then third at -7, and so on, and then all the way down to the guy at 30 who would have started at even par. And the reason they made that switch was that they used to have it where everybody started at even, and you'd have this tournament going, and somebody obviously would be in the lead, but it wouldn't necessarily equate to them winning the overall FedEx Cup championship. So you kind of almost had 2 leaderboards to follow at the same time. And it was confusing to fans. And they're like, well, this guy wins the Tour Championship, but the event itself, but then maybe doesn't win the overall FedEx Cup title that is on the line and the big money prize. So to avoid that confusion, they said, well, hey, if you have all these points, we'll do a staggered scoring system, and that'll make it easier to follow. Now you just have to follow the leaderboard. And, it didn't really give the best of drama. We had a lot of kind of one-sided affairs where the guy in the lead, including Scheffler, would kind of just run away with it. It's, some of these players would be starting 10 shots back. Like, it's pretty tough to catch up. So now the PGA Tour has said, okay, we're going to pay out some points. We're going to pay out based upon points, but we're also going to pay out for this tournament. But we don't want to have it where necessarily like there's 2 things to follow. So to make it less confusing, they're just saying everybody's at even, just like a normal tournament would be. The person that wins this tournament is the FedEx Cup champion. However, if Scotty Scheffler doesn't win this week, you're still going to get rewarded with some money. So the money for the season race in points and the money within this tournament, they're kind of like splitting it a little bit up a little bit more evenly. So Scheffler will still be rewarded with monetarily with some big-time money if for some reason he doesn't win this week.
Okay.
I think, Brian, all of this could be easier if we just decided to do like a match play bracket format where, like, to me, it's just
where Scheffler gets like a first-round bye.
Yeah, or hear me out. Somebody tweeted this the other day after the BMW, Brian, and it was, how about Scotty has to give the field 10 strokes to see if he can come back and beat the field? And, the way Scotty's playing at this point, Brian, it's probably not out of the question he might come back and win.
Yeah, that would be entertaining. Put him at even.
Yes.
Put the 30th guy at 10 under. Let's see if he can go catch him. That would be entertaining for sure. Yeah, I mean, it would. Your match play idea is something that it has been tossed around for sure, and it wouldn't be that difficult to change. You could make a bracket of 32 very easily. I mean, they have 30, or, as you said, maybe give the top 2 seeds buys if you wanted to keep it at 30 and have a bracket from there. I mean, it would be very, very fun for people to even, fill that out, maybe have a little bit of a pool on the side if you wanted to engage more people in the season-ending event. I mean, that's something that maybe people would want to participate in. But, I mean, in the end here, now that it's even, Scheffler's going to be rewarded for his season and his points. But, now he's got to go out and beat the field straight up, which he still is an extremely heavy favorite. I mean, I think I saw he was plus 185 to win this week. I mean, that's closing in on kind of Tiger territory when he was in his heyday. And there's been a lot of comparisons with Tiger and Scotty over the last few weeks because he's just been playing so great. There's some stats that he looks close to what Tiger did over his first, now Scheffler's played 148 PGA Tour events. There's some that are close. There's some that are still just not, that Tiger is just still by far and away leaps and bounds ahead. But, we've had these moments where when Rory kind of went on a run when he was younger, we're like, ooh, could he be the next Tiger? Jordan Spieth kind of did the same. Could he be the next Tiger? Ultimately, they fell back, and Scotty probably has surpassed what McIlroy and Spieth at least initially did in the first, half dozen or so years of their career, that we can even start making comparisons that probably still, in some sense, maybe are a little unfair to do so anyway.
Right. It feels like now he's put this run together where it's been long enough where it kind of feels like this is Scheffler, right? Like this level of dominance is going to be the case. It's going to happen for years. I don't know how long, but you mentioned the odds, Brian. He's the biggest favorite at a PGA event since Tiger in 2009. This weekend, when Woods was even money to win the 2009 Tour Championship, and that's any PGA Tour event. So, like you sent us a graphic in the break about this, like how close they are in wins and top tens. Scheffler hasn't, by the way, finished outside the top 10 since the Players Championship.
It's crazy.
I've got on his tour page.
And for reference, down 4 strokes at the BMW last week to start that round against Robert Mack. He was plus money to win 4 strokes down with 18 to play.
Yeah. So, like,
crazy.
I don't know if what we're watching is 50% of what Tiger did or 60% of what Tiger was doing, but it, to me, feels like we've definitely reached a point where this is the best we've seen since Tiger.
I agree. And I think those percentages that you threw out there are probably, if we were going to try to throw a percentage on it, I think that 50 to 60 is probably a fair number. Just, if you look at the number of wins that Scotty has at this point in his career versus what Tiger has had in terms of tournament played, majors win, it's exactly 50%. Scotty has 4 through this many starts in his career. Tiger had 8 as of this moment. But the top 10s and the top 5s are actually decently close to Tiger. So it shows that Scotty's been super, super consistent. And that's the one thing that we've, when we've been trying to make comparisons to other players, unfairly so, with Spieth and with McIlroy and some of the other guys, is that they just haven't been consistent. Scotty doesn't have the cuts made streak that Tiger did, but he's as consistent as anybody since Tiger over a prolonged stretch. It's super impressive. I mean, even Tiger would admit the field and the PGA Tour now, if you go 1 through 150, is definitely deeper and higher quality at the back end than it was when Tiger was. Just as we would say the same thing when we were comparing Tiger to Jack Nicklaus. Like, the fields were deeper for Tiger than they were for Jack. But right now what Scheffler's doing, it's pretty amazing. And I think, Joe, when you were on at Tri-County with us on Tee to Green, it's funny because, Kevin and I even were talking about it a little bit more last week, Kevin Sylvester on part of our team, how Scotty still might not be the number 1 draw on tour. We still think McIlroy, in terms of eyeballs and gallery size, still maybe is the most polarizing figure, which obviously, Tiger had that times a billion. There's no comparison percentage-wise to that. When Tiger played, all sports eyeballs were on him. The galleries were the biggest by far. Scheffler's just kind of steady. His I think lure is his steadiness and his appreciation and maybe his approach to the game. I'm impressed with a guy that seems kind of just so calm, cool, and collective of how he's able to dominate so well.
Is there any reason to think anybody else, let me not put it that way. If you had to pick somebody to beat him this weekend, who would you pick?
Well, I mean, there's only 30. There's only 29 others. So, yeah,
right.
I mean.
Smaller field.
McIlroy, obviously talented enough to do it any week when he's on his game. Players that have been playing really well as of late. I know this probably wouldn't be a top pick, but Justin Rose seems like every single time he's about to putt that it's going to go in. Bad news for the U.S. Ryder Cup team because I feel like Rose is going to be another pain in the you-know-what when you're rooting for the U.S. in this event. He's been really, really good down the stretch. I'm curious to see what some of these younger guys that have kind of come up this year, how they handle the pressure of this event this week. Like a guy like J.J. Spawn, who's had a really, really good year. Can he play well in maybe one of his biggest tournaments of his life here so far? He's been really entertaining to watch. And even I'm interested to watch Keegan Bradley, who's had a really good year. This is his last opportunity individually to maybe make that case for picking himself for the event for the Ryder Cup a month from now. I know still, on the record weeks ago, he still said, well, I need to get into the top 6. Well, it is not going to happen for that.
Yeah.
So would you still make him a captain's pick? Ultimately, I think he should. But he says, being a captain and being a player, like that might be something that might be difficult to do.
Can that top 6 still change for the Ryder Cup next month? Like, is there
Ben Griffin still? I think has a route to 6. Right?
I know.
Is he at 7?
Yeah.
Justin Thomas, I know, is right there, and it's DeChambeau at the end, right? And I think is he done getting points because he's playing on live?
And DeChambeau's in, right?
Yeah, I think that the top 5 might mathematically already be unable to be caught. Qualified wise. So yeah, there could be a flip like 6, 7, 8 kind of area, but I believe Bradley is 11 in points. So I don't think that's coming in.
Yeah, 11th.
He can't jump into that automatic. So he's going to have to essentially pick himself to do so. And there's a lot of guys that have had good years on the PGA Tour this year that are on the American side, but there's also a lot of what you'd say uncertainty and inexperience and would-be Ryder Cup rookies. You've got like Andrew Novak.
Yep.
Nate mentioned Ben Griffin, Maverick McNeely. Like these aren't household names that maybe have played in a pressure spot like this, which will be interesting to see. Like a guy like Colin Morikawa, who I think is 7th. He has really, I think, not had a really Morikawa-esque season, but probably will get taken just because of his name and his experience and the fact that he's a 2-time major winner and he's played in Ryder Cups before and he's handled it. Him, Thomas, some of these other bigger names, like you wonder how much more of the experience factor are they going to want here versus taking the younger, essentially Ryder Cup rookie player that maybe has actually had the better season overall.
How, to you then, Brian, if you are Keegan Bradley and you are between, say Justin Thomas or Ben Griffin, how important do you think the last 15 holes for Ben Griffin last week were at the BMW, considering the whole thing afterwards about he took creatine and had the shakes and went triple-double bogey, 6 over to start and finished 1 under on the round. It was, if outside of Scotty chipping that one in on 17, the talk of the day was how resilient and really what an incredible performance it was from Ben Griffin considering the start he had on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder, okay, if that got to him at that moment, what's it going to be like when there's 50,000 people at Bethpage Black going bonkers when his name is introduced? I mean, you've heard stories from these Ryder Cup guys that have played in many, many of them that say there's nothing like the Ryder Cup. There's nothing like that first tee. I mean, could he shank his drive? Probably
sure.
Not. I'm going a little extreme here, but yeah, I mean, you got it. I guess my thought is, not to maybe say Ben Griffin specifically, but how many of the Ben Griffins do you want? And I mean, McNeely, Novak, how many of them do you want to take? I feel like ultimately in the end, I mean, this is probably the safe answer, but you want to grab a mix of the Thomases and the Morikawas, and then you also maybe want to take 2 or 3 of these young guys. Now, Spawn, who definitely earns to be there with how he played this year, he's going to be playing for the first time. So, you also have to look in that top group and say, well, we've already got one that's already in already. Like, how many more of the, quote, rookie guys do you want to take? For me, the U.S., who ultimately, in my lifetime has underperformed in the Ryder Cup, I'm willing to give it a little bit more shot in terms of maybe taking these guys to, hey, let's see if they thrive in this sort of event. Let's see if they raise their game. To me, we've seen Patrick Cantlay. Yeah. We've seen, that second crew down there. Tony Finau is not going to be we know those guys, while they're likable and they're household names, maybe in some sense, some of these guys, if Keegan Bradley went up there and said Ben Griffin had a better season than Colin Morikawa, so he gets it. I'm not going to sit there and say it's a bad decision because the U.S. in the end, on paper, 1 through 12, I think is going to look less deep anyway, regardless of who they pick. I mean, Europe's captain's picks are going to be like Fitzpatrick and Rahm and Rose and they're gonna 1 through 12. I think look deeper on paper.
Brian Koziel on the Western Hotline. Brian, where's Tee to Green this week?
We're at Glen Oak and looking forward to actually kind of picking up with this conversation. So Tim Freeze from Glen Oak, PGA Pro and owner. He's a big part of he's on the Northeast board for the PGA of America. We're going to talk a lot about the Ryder Cup. And even, I'm sure there are people in Western New York that are going to be going to Bethpage, so we're going to talk a little bit logistics about it and everything. And then next week's our last show of the season. We'll be at Golf Dojo. So 2 Tee to Greens left, Saturday, 7 to 8. Appreciate everybody that's listened all season long. We love doing the show. We love going, to courses and golf facilities all across Western New York. And thanks to you guys. I know you guys pump it up on the morning show a lot. So thanks again for all that. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian. And we'll be listening Saturday.
Okay. Thanks again. Have a good week.
Brian Koziel on the Western Hotline. Yeah, Tee to Green, 7 a.m. on Saturday. Be listening, and we'll be locked in as we roll towards the Ryder Cup. And Scheffler being almost even money to win the tournament this weekend is nuts. So we'll see if he's able to hold up to that. 803-0550 is the phone number. Lou DiBiase coming up at 7. 14 teams in 14 days. Today we're going to talk about the Eagles, who the Bills see late in the year, Week 17. So that's coming up at 7. Stay tuned. Jeremy's off today. Nate Geary is in, and this is WGR. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Other things yesterday from practice, Sal. Still no Max Hairston. Not that anyone was expecting him to practice yesterday, but McDermott was asked about him. And aren't we nearing a point maybe in the next week or two where if he's not on the field, then maybe what would the options be? An injury list?
Yeah, so here's, I think, what's going to happen. By the way, we are less than a week from yesterday at 4 o'clock. Next Tuesday at 4 p.m., final rosters are due. So you can play the game in Tampa on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So 3 days later, you have final rosters due. Max Hairston, according to Sean McDermott, he's making progress, but he's a ways away, is the way he said it. Okay, so what that tells me is next Tuesday at 4 p.m., I think you're going to see Max Hairston on the IR designated to return list. So what happens is the Bills will get 2 guys next Tuesday at 4 p.m., 2 guys that they can put on injured reserve who don't count on the 53, don't have to make the 53, and they can still come back after 4 weeks. I think that is tailor-made right now for Max Hairston. He gets an extra 4 weeks to be around the team, rehab, facility, all that, and then they can kind of slow play it. And then let's remember, the Bills have a bye week, Week 7, and really you kind of get a little bit more ramp-up time for him because he can come back after those 4 weeks. They can practice. It'll be very similar to like a Hoyt and Ogunjobi situation, right? Those guys will go on a suspended list for 6 games. Hairston would have to miss 4, but I think you'd kind of put them all in the same bucket with getting that time off, time ready to get back. So yes, I think that's probably what you're looking at right now is next Tuesday, Max Hairston goes on that IR designated to return list.
You sent us a graphic in the break about this, like how close they are in wins and top 10s. Scheffler hasn't, by the way, finished outside the top 10 since the Players' Championship.
It's crazy.
I've got on his tour page.
And for reference, down 4 strokes at the BMW last week to start that round against Robert Mack. He was plus money to win 4 strokes down with 18 to play.
Yeah. So, like,
crazy.
I don't know if what we're watching is 50% of what Tiger did or 60% of what Tiger was doing, but it, to me, feels like we've definitely reached a point where this is the best we've seen since Tiger.
I agree. And I think those percentages that you threw out there are probably, if we were going to try to throw a percentage on it, I think the 50 to 60 is probably a fair number. Just, if you look at the number of wins that Scotty has at this point in his career versus what Tiger has had in terms of tournament played, majors win, it's exactly 50%. Scotty has 4 through this many starts in his career. Tiger had 8 as of this moment. But the top 10s and the top 5s are actually decently close to Tiger. So it shows that Scotty's been super, super consistent. And that's the one thing that we've, when we've been trying to make comparisons to other players, unfairly so, with Spieth and with McIlroy and some of these other guys, is that they just haven't been consistent. Scotty doesn't have the cuts made streak that Tiger did, but he's as consistent as anybody since Tiger over a prolonged stretch. It's super impressive. I mean, even Tiger would admit the field and the PGA Tour now, if you go 1 through 150, is definitely deeper and higher quality at the back end than it was when Tiger was. Just as we would say the same thing when we were comparing Tiger to Jack Nicklaus. Like, the fields were deeper for Tiger than they were for Jack. But right now what Scheffler's doing, it's pretty amazing. And I think, Joe, when you were on at Tri-County with us on Tee to Green, it's funny because, Kevin and I even were talking about it a little bit more last week, Kevin Sylvester on part of our team, how Scotty still might not be the number one draw on tour. We still think McIlroy, in terms of eyeballs and gallery size, still maybe is the most polarizing figure, which obviously, Tiger had that times a billion. There's no comparison percentage-wise to that. When Tiger played, all sports eyeballs were on him. The galleries were the biggest by far. Scheffler's just kind of steady. His I think lure is his steadiness and his appreciation and maybe his approach to the game. I'm impressed with a guy that seems kind of just so calm, cool, and collective of how he's able to dominate so well.
Hey, if you missed all the details from practice yesterday, we're going to have Sal coming up at 8 o'clock here on WGR. He's got all the details at WGR550.com. Bobby Babich was speaking about Cole Bishop, who we spent a lot of yesterday on, the safety position. We'll get back into that in a little bit. Safety and what's going on with the Bills on the defensive side of the ball. When we come back, though, Lou DiBiase, Locked On Eagles. We're going through the Bills' schedule one last time before the start of the year. Philadelphia today. So a little bit with Lou on the Eagles when we come back. Jeremy's off. Nate Geary is in. Joe DiBiase. This is WGR. You sent us a graphic in the break about this, like how close they are in wins and top 10s. Scheffler hasn't, by the way, finished outside the top 10 since the Players' Championship.
It's crazy.
I've got on his tour page.
And for reference, down 4 strokes at the BMW last week to start that round against Robert Mack. He was plus money to win 4 strokes down with 18 to play.
Yeah. So,
crazy.
I don't know if what we're watching is 50% of what Tiger did or 60% of what Tiger was doing, but it, to me, feels like we've definitely reached a point where this is the best we've seen since Tiger.
I agree. And I think those percentages that you threw out there are probably, if we were going to try to throw a percentage on it, I think that 50 to 60 is probably a fair number. Just, if you look at the number of wins that Scotty has at this point in his career versus what Tiger has had in terms of tournament played, majors win, it's exactly 50%. Scotty has 4 through this many starts in his career. Tiger had 8 as of this moment. But the top 10s and the top 5s are actually decently close to Tiger. So it shows that Scotty's been super, super consistent. And that's the one thing that we've, when we've been trying to make comparisons to other players, unfairly so, with Spieth and with McIlroy and some of these other guys, is that they just haven't been consistent. Scotty doesn't have the cuts made streak that Tiger did, but he's as consistent as anybody since Tiger over a prolonged stretch. It's super impressive. I mean, even Tiger would admit the field and the PGA Tour now, if you go 1 through 150, is definitely deeper and higher quality at the back end than it was when Tiger was. Just as we would say the same thing when we were comparing Tiger to Jack Nicklaus. Like, you know, the fields were deeper for Tiger than they were for Jack. But, you know, right now what Scheffler's doing, it's pretty amazing. And, you know, I think, Joe, when you were on at Tri-County with us on Tee to Green, it's funny because, you know, Kevin and I even were talking about it a little bit more last week, Kevin Sylvester on part of our team, how Scotty still might not be the number one draw on tour. We still think McIlroy, in terms of eyeballs and gallery size, still maybe is the most polarizing figure, which obviously, you know, Tiger had that times a billion. There's no comparison percentage-wise to that. When Tiger played, all sports eyeballs were on him. The galleries were the biggest by far. You know, Scheffler's just kind of steady. His I think lure is his steadiness and his appreciation and maybe his approach to the game. I'm impressed with a guy that seems kind of just so calm, cool, and collective of how he's able to dominate so well.
The Bills back at it on the practice field yesterday. No changes to the injury report. Offensive coordinator Joe Brady and defensive coordinator Bobby Babich both spoke to the media before practice. You can hear what both of them had to say on demand on our website. You can also check out what Sal Capaccio had to say in his article on our website about practice yesterday on our website, WGR550.com. Scary injury situation for the Baltimore Ravens yesterday as quarterback Lamar Jackson left practice early. According to a team spokesperson, Jackson was knocked to the ground and got his foot stepped on and left practice 40 minutes early. After practice, though, team representatives said that he would be fine and won't miss any time. Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer said yesterday he believes that edge rusher Micah Parsons will be in the lineup for the team in Week 1 this season. Rumors and reports and trade packages for Parsons have been cycling around for the past few weeks ever since he requested a trade out of Dallas. Parsons and his agent have not had any form of contract negotiation with the team since April, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, and the two-time All-Pro has not formally practiced with the team for the entirety of training camp. Overnight, the Kansas City Chiefs dealt former second-round pick wide receiver Sky Moore to the San Francisco 49ers, along with a 2027 seventh-round pick in exchange for a 2027 sixth-round pick. Moore played in 36 games for the Chiefs and is heading into the final year of his rookie deal. And in baseball last night, the Blue Jays fell short of the Pirates, losing 2-1, and the Yankees had another big offensive game, hitting 5 more home runs, beating the Rays 6-4 in extra innings, earning their 5th win in a row. The Yankees and Red Sox square off for a 4-game series starting tonight that could completely change the AL East standings. First pitch for Game 1 tonight is at 7:15. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's a devastating blow, but if you're ranked as the number 1 offensive line in the National Football League, which Pro Football Focus had the Philadelphia Eagles at entering this season, one would surmise that you should be able to overcome it. That doesn't mean it's not a devastating loss. It doesn't mean it's something that can't compromise your success to some degree. Because if you're Jalen Hurts, if you are Saquon Barkley, obviously that offensive line had an enormous amount to do with the success you enjoyed. We know how valuable he is to the Philadelphia Eagles, so you got to hope that ultimately he's going to be okay. But in the same breath, even with him, even with Becton going to the Chargers, it's one of those situations where if as a unit you're considered number 1, it's a hole you should be able to plug to some degree is all I'm saying.
Stephen A. Smith, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. Nate Geary is in. We are 2 weeks away from the start of the season. Eagles and Cowboys, 14 days from today. On the Western Hotline, Lou DiBiase from Locked On Eagles. It's 14 teams in 14 days, brought to you by Northtown Automotive. Get a Northtown Engine Shield engine protection warranty on new and used vehicles. Going through all the Bills' opponents, Philadelphia, Week 17. You know, we've talked to you, Lou, a couple times about this game, and as we've talked about, it's possible that neither team's even playing for a lot. But maybe divisions are still on the line by then.
Yeah, or at least like a bye week. I mean, there's only one spot in each conference now to get a bye, so I think the starters will be playing, but I do think the NFL messed this up. I don't know why this game wasn't earlier. I mean, it's 2 of your top 3 teams in the NFL.
Yeah. So what's the biggest story at Eagles camp? There was the injury to Dickerson on the offensive line, and that ended up being better than maybe people feared at first. What does a Super Bowl champion team talk about at training camp? Because it feels like it's hard for just anything to be like, oh, this guy's injured or this guy doesn't look good. Yeah, but we won the Super Bowl, so whatever.
Yeah, I feel like it's very zoomed in. Like right now, I think there's a lot of worry about that third cornerback spot. So I know first world problems for a roster that's pretty complete, but I think people are concerned, behind Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Darius Slay did go to Pittsburgh. Isaiah Rodgers left in free agency as well to Minnesota. I think people were high on Keely Ringo, another Georgia player who was a 4.3 speed, high upside corner, and it's very similar to when Rasul Douglas was in Philadelphia. It feels like the front office really likes the player, but the coach doesn't. It doesn't feel like he fits the scheme, and so surprisingly, Adoree Jackson's been beating him out, and I think people are a little bit concerned about that second outside cornerback spot because they do want to keep Cooper DeJean in the slot. But, yeah, I mean, overall, for a team that I think, again, is still the most complete in the NFL, I think it's kind of first world problems what Eagles fans are a little bit worried about right now. But I think people are definitely looking at those starters that, on the defensive side of the ball left in free agency if these younger players can step up and, kind of continue that floor.
How about on their defensive line? They lose a couple guys, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat. That group so far, will they be as terrorizing, you think, this year as, last year, felt like everyone knew it. You didn't need to know their PFF grades or their pass rush win rate to know that that's one of the best defensive lines in football, if not the best.
Yeah, I do feel like the floor is a little bit lower because they are naturally younger now and more inexperienced on the defensive line. Milton Williams and Josh Sweat leave. In comes Jalix Hunt, a second-year edge rusher that's still definitely raw. He had a great playoffs, but not sure if he'll be able to carry the load as a top 2 player. I think they thought he'd be a bigger part of the rotation in year 2 than in his rookie season. But now suddenly, Brandon Graham retiring as well. Jalix Hunt's that go-to guy opposite Nolan Smith. And then it's Moro Ijoma at defensive tackle replacing Milton Williams. Both players, again, a very high ceiling, but the floor is definitely lower. But I will say, just to add context, of course, the last thing we saw of Josh Sweat and Milton Williams, it was them wrecking the Super Bowl. It was them both terrorizing Patrick Mahomes. Josh Sweat almost won Super Bowl MVP. But during the regular season, they were good, not great players. I don't think there's going to be, that hard of a ceiling to reach to replace those two. I do think Ijoma and Hunt can, get to what those guys were at in the regular season. And then for Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, they're going to only be better this year. Jordan Davis as well. So I like who they brought in free agency. I think they'll be fine. But yeah, I do think the ceiling is higher, but the floor is definitely a little bit lower.
Jalen Carter, who, Nate, this is true. Lou has a T-shirt of Jalen Carter. Remember the image of Carter hitting Mahomes in the face with his hand, almost stiff-arming him? Lou's just got that image on a T-shirt, right? Mahomes getting hit in the face.
Yeah, it's one of the most iconic moments in Eagles history. It's great. I love it.
Yeah. On the offense, this is what they are, right? They're going to run the ball with Barkley, and the passing volume will be down a little bit. I would think, right? They didn't really need to be throwing the ball as much as some teams last year. So A.J. Brown sees a little bit of a decline in his target volume, I should say more so. But again, Barkley's Barkley. So does their offense look basically the same as it did last year?
Yeah, that's their identity, and they're still going to be the best running team in football this year with Saquon, that elite offensive line, and Jalen Hurts. But I do think there's a middle ground between what they did last year and suddenly becoming one of the more pass-heavy teams in the NFL. I just don't think Saquon Barkley can hold up if you give him that kind of usage rate again. I think when you look at the history of the NFL, DeMarco Murray after 2014, Adrian Peterson after 2012, Sean Alexander after 2005, running backs that got that many touches normally the next year do not replicate that production because most of the time they end up getting injured. So for the Eagles, Saquon should still be the face of this offense, but he needs to be the face of the offense when it matters most, at the end of the year in the playoffs. And so for him to hold up again, I think they need to not only use their other running backs, like A.J. Dillon and Will Shipley had good summers, but I think you do need to rely on Jalen Hurts in the passing game more, and I think you will be able to do that more this year. I think what you saw from Jalen down the stretch in the NFC title in the Super Bowl, I think is a sign of things to come. And I think in 2022, in the first half of 2023, Jalen showed he can be more than what he was this past season as a game manager quarterback, basically. So I think there's a middle ground between who they were last year and I guess who they were that first Super Bowl run. They're going to have to pass it more, I think, just naturally to keep Saquon upright.
Did you see the Aaron Glenn comment yesterday about the Eagles?
It's not a passing league.
Yeah, so I wonder about that as a build to emulate. The Eagles have done it, but here's the Jets coach yesterday. The back and forth was a reporter said, well, this is a passing league, when asking his question, and Glenn cut him off and said, who said it was a passing league? The reporter goes, this isn't a passing league, and Glenn says, the team that won the Super Bowl, what were they in passing? 29th. What were they in running? First. But then, as everyone pointed out, EPA per dropback, Philadelphia's 5th. All the passing efficiency stats, they're at the top. So I almost feel if you hear another team bring that up, a coach bring that up, I don't think you really understood what the Eagles were, and I think you might just be using that as an excuse to say that your own quarterback isn't that great.
Yeah, when you watch the Super Bowl, the Chiefs took out Saquon Barkley. Jalen Hurts had to throw to win that championship. So, I still think the NFL is a passing league, but when you do look at the numbers, teams are playing cover 2 at like an all-time high, or at least compared to the last decade and a half. So I think teams naturally will have to commit more to the run to get teams to, switch things up on the defensive side of the football, because everybody is trying to stop the deep ball. So, most defenses are running these, too high shells. So he kind of has a point. I think not just the Eagles, but like the Bills. I mean, the Bills kind of ran their way. Not that Josh Allen wasn't the MVP, but like they really committed to the run game as well throughout the majority of the regular season. James Cook had a career year. So I think, you look at the teams in the Final Four this year of the NFL playoffs, a lot of them were committed to running the football. Or the Chiefs, it wasn't running, but they throw behind the line of scrimmage more than any team in the NFL. So I think that is how you get the defense to come down more. But no, I don't think this will suddenly, the league's going to go to, 1990s football where everybody's running it more than passing. But I think there is, again, kind of a middle ground you got to come to, because defenses definitely have adjusted.
Let me ask you this. Do you think, Lou, that this year they try to scale back a little bit with Barkley, considering what a workhorse he was last year? And does a little bit of that have to do with, I've been a Will Shipley guy. I got him in some deep dynasty leagues.
This is a question disguised, and Nate has Will Shipley in a dynasty league.
Question.
Yeah, I have him in 3 leagues in my taxi squad. I've just been waiting to unleash my Will Shipleys. This year, is he gonna get some run, some burn, or what?
No, I actually really like what I've seen from Will Shipley in the summer. The first 2 preseason games, he's looked a lot better than last year. I think he's going to catch a lot of passes. I think they want to emphasize throwing to the running back more. Jalen, I think, is going to get the ball out a lot faster this year. Kind of learned that in the second half of 2024. So I like Shipley. I actually think that, from a touch perspective, he's the guy to own over A.J. Dillon behind Saquon Barkley in that backfield. But both have looked good this summer. Yeah, I think, again, as I was saying, they're going to have to pass more to keep Saquon healthy, but they should also rely more on the running backs they have. I think this is a much more talented backfield behind Saquon than they've had. Last year, it was all Kenneth Gainwell, and I wasn't always the biggest Gainwell guy. I definitely think Shipley's an upgrade, and he's going to return the ball as well. So I don't know if your league gets return yardage points, but he'll be a go-to there as well in the kickoff return game. So, yeah, I'm drinking the Shipley Kool-Aid as well. He catches the ball so naturally. I think he could be your very poor man's version of what they used to have with Sproles.
Let me ask you this, too. The swap for John Mechie, is that a Jahan Dotson, he's on watch for maybe not being the third receiver, or is it just strictly back of the roster, kind of filling depth stuff?
No, I think it's more of a depth move. Dotson's had a really good summer. I'm very high on Dotson. He made a couple big plays in that Super Bowl, and he's had a strong summer. So I think it was more when you look behind that top 3. They had Johnny Wilson, an undrafted rookie, Darius Cooper's had a strong camp, and then Anais Smith. So they were one injury away from really being in trouble at wide receiver. And we all know Dallas Goedert just does not stay healthy every single year, and they're pretty thin at tight end behind him too. So they just needed more pass catchers, more complete players. Johnny Wilson's a 6'6" towering guy that has a niche role, but if A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith got hurt long term, Johnny Wilson's not a player you want on the field every single play, maybe in the red zone and in short yardage situations. But Mechie's a more complete route runner, a more complete player than who they had. So I think, and Dotson isn't a rookie final season of his contract. So they did not pick up his 5th-year option. I think it has less to do with Dotson this year. But yeah, for the future and for depth, I think that was more of the focus getting Mechie.
Week 1, Eagles and Cowboys 2 weeks away. -6.5 for Philadelphia. Is that enough? Think that number should be higher?
That seems fair. Week 1's always weird, especially that first preseason game, or first regular season game, excuse me. But, I do feel like the Super Bowl champion normally wins that game. It's very rare. The Lions were the first team in a while that got that win against Kansas City. But, majority of the time the champion does win. So I feel like that's fair. I don't even know if Parsons is going to play in this game, though, for Dallas.
Right.
So I don't love that defense. I think the Eagles will be able to put up points. -6.5. I think that's fair, though, because, again, Week 1, especially the opener, is so weird. So, yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, looking back, looks like maybe only 2 of the last 10 years, the non-Super Bowl winner won that game, and it happened in back-to-back years.
The Broncos, right? They beat the Ravens?
No, that's further back. But, that's in there. They beat the Panthers.
Right. Okay, yeah.
The Bills. They beat the Rams. Smoked them.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
smoked them in the opener in L.A., and then you mentioned that Lions game. Yeah, I don't think Parsons plays. By the way, so or he could play, but I don't know. The other game that has a big, there's not a lot of big spreads in week 1. The 2 games that have big spreads are the NFC East games. It's Eagles -6.5 over Dallas, and then it's Washington -6.5 over the Giants. Both teams favored by the same amount, although most, I think, would usually put the Giants below Dallas. So,
I kind of have them ahead of them, though. I kind of am drinking the Giants Kool-Aid a little bit.
Man.
Are you a Jackson?
Third,
what are you, Jackson Dart guy?
I'm a Dart guy. I thought he looked great in the preseason. Their pass rush is going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish Dart was starting because I kind of liked what they're building a little bit in New York.
I was going to say, would you have them finishing third this year?
I have them finishing third. I have Dallas in last right now. At
Dallas
least,
in last.
Why is it? Because they've got such a great coaching staff.
I mean, Schottenheimer's running the team. I just think their defense is going to be terrible. They don't have a running game either. It just feels like there's such a I love the Pickens trade, but Dallas is just good at one thing and one thing only. I think New York's a more complete team.
Schottenheimer was the first NFL head coach to seem genuinely surprised at his opening press conference. He's like, you guys are doing this.
This wasn't a prank?
This wasn't a joke. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, he was a real hot commodity in 2011 after those 2 Sanchez years in New York. But
that's right.
I think Jerry Jones forgot what year it was when they're like, yeah, he's still a hot coach on the market. I mean,
he was the Jets offensive coordinator
under Sanchez.
That Jets offense wasn't even
good. He was
Sanchez,
a hot coaching candidate.
Yeah.
Not now.
That
It's
Jets
crazy.
offense wasn't even good. They have not had a bottom season. When's the last time they finished 4th?
They bottomed out?
They finished 4th in the division. 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, they finished 4th in the division. It's the only time it's happened in 20 years.
Well, that's only because Washington has been so bad with even in the Dallas down years when Dak's been out or just
Yeah, I would love
Quincy
to see that.
Carter was their quarterback or something.
So Lou, you're not watching the Jerry Jones Cowboys documentary on Netflix then, I presume?
No, it's the
There's
same
too many
with The Last
documentaries.
Dance. It's a team and a guy trying to stay relevant when a team or a player that's close to him is doing better. Michael Jordan was insecure of LeBron James, so he made that documentary. Jerry Jones is insecure of the Eagles, so he made that documentary.
All right, but we got to let him go now. Sorry, Nate, we're out of time. Nate yesterday dropping a bomb at 9:54 on an MJ take. All right. Well, we won't devolve into that. Lou DiBiase, Locked On Eagles. You want to check out any more in Philadelphia, be sure to get it. And thanks, Lou.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we keep rolling through the schedule. 14 teams in 14 days.
Will Shipley, baby.
Yeah, look at this guy. We got a finite amount of time to talk to you. He asked about the guy who had 82 yards last season.
Listen, if you guys are going to make me wake up at 5 a.m., I'm going to get some dynasty questions in.
That's fair. There are... I forgot about, we talked about this yesterday. There's a Chiefs documentary out right now. The Bills have Hard Knocks, but Hard Knocks is recurring. There's this Cowboys documentary on Netflix. There's no earthly chance I'll ever watch the Kingdom one, but
no,
I might check out the Cowboys one.
I might, only for the same reason that I would look directly into an eclipse. The same reason that I would justify looking directly at an eclipse when you're not supposed to without the glasses.
Yeah,
is the same reason I might watch the documentary. I might get rid of Netflix just because I don't want to accidentally come across it.
Yeah. It's just interesting to me that they have I want to about the 90s and the backstory of how he buys the team, and really it's more for me though watching, if this is featured in that documentary, which I think it probably would be, them devolving it from Super Bowl champion Jimmy Johnson, Jerry Jones telling the world I think this is an actual quote from the 90s. I can win Super Bowls with a 500 coach. And then he did it the next year with Barry Switzer.
Yeah.
But he had all the players still. And since then, I don't know, though, that I would say they've become a bit of a laughingstock.
Yes.
Whereas, the America's team, that becomes a joke almost.
Yes.
I don't know that he sees it that way, though.
No, he's oblivious.
Because what does
Most
he care
narcissists
about?
are.
I don't know that he cares about the Super Bowls. I think he cares about
relevance,
and does he have all the power? There was a story last year that Jerry Jones was keeping Robert Kraft all out of the Hall of Fame, and that those two have been wrestling for power in the league, because Goodell just works for the owners.
Yep.
So who's the lead owner is often the guy that has the most power, and that's been Jerry Jones, and Kraft has always been encroaching on that, and Jerry Jones is always just even though the other guy's the one who actually won.
Yep, a lot.
Who's the guy with all the power in the league? Who's deciding TV contracts? Who's got contracts at new stadiums with concessions and getting new stadiums built? It's this guy. But he doesn't win football games.
Yeah.
At least when they matter. So it's it's such a weird legacy.
And it's almost like it's turned into these contract situations where, like, the worst kept secret in the league is that Jerry Jones keeps waiting and then paying more.
Right.
And he views it as like almost like a tactic that is working for him when he's paying over market price for okay players.
Right.
But he's way overpaying Dak.
Yeah.
He's overpaying CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb's a great player, but he paid
tough to overpay.
He paid above market price for CD because he waited.
But that's true. Like, he could have got him cheaper the year before.
He waited for Justin Jefferson to sign first.
Bill Barnwell did a good breakdown on this a couple weeks ago, that if you take all the big Cowboys contracts and you pay those guys
a year
earlier when most teams would, they would have saved, I think the number he came to was like $106 million.
Nice.
That they could have saved themselves had they held it back a little bit. 803-0550 is the phone number to the Bills. We'll talk with Sal coming up at 8 o'clock. No Gabe Davis signing as of yet, I don't think.
Was he here yesterday? Did he go to one of the chicken wing joints? Did anyone see him?
I didn't see tweets about that, but that's the thing you do here. When we come back, Warren Sharp was tweeting about an old Bills game that I want to bring up to lead to a question about the 1 seed and this year, because I think the 1 seed this season is more about it's more on the table this season than it ever has been. It has been every year, but this year I feel like it's the only thing.
It's important.
The division feels like it's gonna happen, and the playoffs is gonna happen, and everything seems set up for them. Get to the 1 seed a little bit when we come back.
Bye week.
What's that?
I would just like to watch the wild card weekend.
Just take a breath, and watch.
I'd like to enjoy the wild card weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we did last year.
We did.
Eventually, it was 10-7 late in the third quarter. People forget that. Like that Allen to Ty Johnson pass on 4th and 1. The Broncos would have got the ball back.
Yes, at midfield.
Was it 10-7 or 14-7? But they were down one score, whatever it was. 803-0550 is the phone number here on WGR. What does a Super Bowl champion team talk about at training camp? Because it feels like it's hard for just anything to be like, oh, this guy's injured or this guy doesn't look good. Yeah, but we won the Super Bowl, so whatever.
Yeah. I feel like it's very zoomed in. Like right now, I think there's a lot of worry about that third cornerback spot. So I know first world problems for a roster that's pretty complete, but I think people are concerned. Behind Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, Darius Slay did go to Pittsburgh. Isaiah Rodgers left in free agency as well to Minnesota. I think people were high on Keely Ringo, another Georgia player who was a 4.3 speed, high upside corner, and it's very similar to when Rasul Douglas was in Philadelphia. It feels like the front office really likes the player, but the coach doesn't. It doesn't feel like he fits the scheme, and so surprisingly, Adoree Jackson's been beating him out, and I think people are a little bit concerned about that second outside cornerback spot because they do want to keep Cooper DeJean in the slot. But, overall, for a team that I think, again, is still the most complete in the NFL, I think it's kind of first world problems what Eagles fans are a little bit worried about right now. But I think people are definitely looking at those starters that, on the defensive side of the ball left in free agency, if these younger players can step up and, kind of continue that floor.
How about on their defensive line? They lose a couple guys, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat. That group so far, will they be as terrorizing, you think, this year as, last year, felt like everyone knew it. You didn't need to know their PFF grades or their pass rush win rate to know that, that's one of the best defensive lines in football, if not the best.
Yeah, I do feel like the floor is a little bit lower because they are naturally younger now and more inexperienced on the defensive line. Milton Williams and Josh Sweat leave. In comes Jalix Hunt, a second-year edge rusher that's still definitely raw. He had a great playoffs, but not sure if he'll be able to carry the load as a top 2 player. I think they thought he'd be a bigger part of the rotation in year 2 than in his rookie season. But now suddenly, Brandon Graham retiring as well. Jalix Hunt's that go-to guy opposite Nolan Smith. And then it's Moro Ijoma at defensive tackle replacing Milton Williams. Both players, again, a very high ceiling, but the floor is definitely lower.
On the offense, this is what they are, right? Like, they're going to run the ball with Barkley, and the passing volume will be down a little bit, I would think, right? Like, they didn't really need to be throwing the ball as much as some teams last year. So, like, A.J. Brown sees a little bit of a decline in, like, his target volume, I should say, more so. But again, like, Barkley's Barkley, so does their offense look basically the same as it did last year?
Yeah, I mean, that's their identity, and they're still going to be the best running team in football this year with Saquon, that elite offensive line, and Jalen Hurts. But I do think there's like a middle ground between what they did last year and suddenly becoming like one of the more pass-heavy teams in the NFL. I just don't think Saquon Barkley can hold up if you give him that kind of usage rate again. I think when you look at the history of the NFL, like DeMarco Murray after 2014, Adrian Peterson after 2012, Sean Alexander after 2005, like running backs that got that many touches normally the next year do not replicate that production because most of the time they end up getting injured. So for the Eagles, yes, Saquon should still be the face of this offense, but he needs to be the face of the offense when it matters most, at the end of the year in the playoffs. And so for him to hold up again, I think they need to not only use their other running backs, like A.J. Dillon and Will Shipley had good summers, but I think you do need to rely on Jalen Hurts in the passing game more, and I think you will be able to do that more this year. Like, I think what you saw from Jalen down the stretch in the NFC title in the Super Bowl, I think it's a sign of things to come. And I think in 2022, in the first half of 2023, Jalen showed, like, you know, he can be more than what he was this past season as a game manager quarterback, basically. So I think there's a middle ground between who they were last year and I guess who they were that first Super Bowl run. They're going to have to pass it more, I think, just naturally to keep Saquon upright.
Bills back out on the practice field yesterday. No changes to the injury report. Offensive coordinator Joe Brady and defensive coordinator Bobby Babich both spoke before practice. You can hear what both of them had to say on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Scary injury situation for the Ravens yesterday as quarterback Lamar Jackson left team practice 40 minutes early. According to a team spokesperson, Jackson was knocked to the ground and got his foot stepped on. But after practice, though, they said he was fine and won't miss any time. Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer said yesterday he believes that edge rusher Micah Parsons will be in the lineup for Week 1 for the team. Rumors and reports have been swirling around Parsons ever since he requested a trade out of Dallas a few weeks ago. Parsons and his agent have not had any form of contract negotiation with the team since April, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, and the two-time All-Pro has not formally practiced with the team for the entirety of training camp. And overnight last night, the Kansas City Chiefs dealt former second-round pick wide receiver Sky Moore to the San Francisco 49ers, along with a 2027 seventh-round pick in exchange for a 2027 sixth-round pick. Moore played in 36 games for the Chiefs and is headed into the final year of his rookie deal. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Zero breathing room. He tries to sneak it. The ball is loose. Impossible. Do the Vikings have it? Scramble
So why are we playing that highlight? I'll explain. Good morning, it's
pain?
Jeremy and Joe.
You enjoy pain?
That's not why. So Harrison Phillips was traded yesterday.
Yes, to the Jets.
To the Jets. Like, swap a late-round picks. Harrison Phillips, former Bills defensive tackle, to the Jets. So that clip was making the rounds because there was like a Vikings reporter or account that was attributing that fumbled snap to Harrison Phillips, knowing the Bills' snap count, which I've never heard before.
I've also never heard that, but
I also
it would
don't
make sense.
It would seem like it would make sense until you watch the back camera angle, and Harrison Phillips doesn't even make contact before the ball is fumbled. The Bills fumbled that ball on their own.
Yeah,
this is the Vikings regular season game, the craziest game like ever, a couple years ago.
That was a pretty crazy game.
Gabe Davis, speaking of Gabe Davis, he pushes Allen too quickly from behind. It kind of throws Josh off. The snap gets fumbled. Like, the ball's on the ground before there's a Viking that even makes contact. So, but whatever. Not what I'm worried about. Warren Sharp points out that the Bills lost that game to the Vikings, as we're still waiting to see the Bills get the 1 seed. It hasn't happened yet. That year, had the Bills held on and won that Vikings game, they would have finished 14-2. They would have had home field advantage and the bye. They would have played the Jaguars in the divisional round. Instead of Cincinnati, they would have played the Jaguars. And then Cincinnati would have played Kansas City. Winner of that would have gone to play the Bills in the AFC Championship game at home. Now, there were two things I thought of. One, would it really have even been different? Because I've always thought of that game being very important. Like, you did lose the 1 seed because of that. But as he breaks it down, I think, well, wait a minute. That year, if I just play Cincinnati 7 days later in the same stadium, is anything different?
You get the bye week.
You get the bye week,
and
I guess.
They got injuries in that
so the Bengals,
wild card game.
The Bengals would have played 2 games. You would have played 1.
Yes.
And the Bills, right? That
was a team that needed a break. It needed a week
needed
off.
the break.
Yeah.
So that's okay. So that could be true.
Who got hurt?
Would it be different if they played Kansas City? I don't know.
Who did they play in the wild card there? Was it Pittsburgh?
No, Pittsburgh was the next year. So that was the Skylar Thompson game. You might be because you might be confusing years because the Pittsburgh game is where they lost Bernard and Gabe Davis was out, right? And I don't remember if they lost anybody in that Miami game. They could have. I don't remember. So, okay, could have been different. But I do think the overall point, if you don't want to even play the revisionist history game, is still correct of showing off the value of that 1 seed. Look at what that path looks like. That year, because the Bills lost that game, their path would have included playing in the wild card round against whoever, doesn't matter. In this case, it was Miami. And then having to play the Bengals and the Chiefs to get to the Super Bowl. But with the 1 seed, no wild card game, Jacksonville, and then only one of the Bengals or the Chiefs. And I think if you don't really feel like the 1 seed is really worth thinking about yet or caring about until maybe late in the year, like, I'm going to be thinking about it all year because of that type of difference. How much easier of a path that is. Is that? Do you think about the 1 seed, though, like this early on? Or does it wait for you until you start getting into the year? And the schedule starts breaking down and, because, listen, the division isn't always a blowout. It's tight usually for at least a little bit. I mean, last year, the Bills ran away with it. But there's 2 years ago that goes down to the final game of the season, and there's a year with New England where it goes to December. And in those years, maybe you're not thinking about the 1 seed as much, but I am always thinking about the 1 seed.
I think I'm also always thinking about the 1 seed because they haven't been able to get it. And I think maybe this year more than any year in years past, I'm thinking about it because it's the last year of the stadium.
And
if you could have a home AFC Championship game, I think that'd be pretty cool.
I think that's the dream scenario is winning the AFC Championship game at home. Absolutely.
Yes, of course, winning it, but just having it at home.
Yeah. And I think you would get it because, again, like every year you look back at the last 5-6 years and pretty much every season, what your path looks like if you're the 1 seed is you don't play in the wild card round. And then you are playing
the lowest seed.
You're playing
the highest seed.
AFC South winner the next week. That is almost always how it breaks down. The path to the Super Bowl for the AFC's 1 seed each year of the last 5 years went Houston as their opponents. Houston, Buffalo, Houston, Kansas City, Jacksonville, Cincinnati. 1 year in there in 2021, it was Cincinnati, Kansas City. You know why that was the 1 seed's path, though? Because the winner of the 1 seed was the AFC South. Tennessee got it. And then in 20, Cleveland, Buffalo. So every year but one, you're getting not a Super Bowl contender in the second round, which makes it a lot easier. I mean, the Chiefs last year, not even a elite Chiefs team by their standard, they get Houston in the second round, who had been limping their way to the postseason.
Yep.
And I think that's just easy. Then at that point, all you got to do is beat the Bills, which obviously they have a way of doing that every January. So I'm thinking about it a lot. I think it's very important for the Bills this year. And doesn't it feel like it is set up for them? The schedule, the divisions. But part of that might be dependent on how seriously you take the idea that the Bills division is going to be a lot easier than the Chiefs division. Because
a lot easier.
I do think that.
It's going to be a lot easier.
I think the Chargers and the Broncos are both.
I also think the Raiders probably have the best roster they've had and the most competent coaching they've had in.
I would maybe say they have the most competent quarterback they've had in a while.
Quarterback and head coach should really elevate their floor.
I don't know how I feel about their overall roster. It might be in better shape than it was last year. They still got some holes. Like the line in the receiving core is still left to be desired a little bit. But they got Bowers.
They've got Bowers. Jacoby Myers is a nice player.
And that team's fourth.
Would you say that they're probably the best, worst team of any division?
Ooh, what is the best, worst team of any division? I mean, Lou likes the Giants.
Yeah, but
I mean, their defense is going to be awesome.
The defense is going to be great.
Yeah.
But
who's the best, worst team in the division in the league? Let's go through it. What's everybody's worst team? The AFC East?
The
Miami.
Jets or the Dolphins. Either way,
okay.
Neither of them are going to be on my list.
The Raiders, the Browns.
Nope.
Nope.
They're going to have the number 1 pick.
Who's the worst team in the AFC South? Probably the team that starts Daniel Jones at quarterback.
Yeah, I would say the Colts.
Yikes. The Giants, pick a team out of the NFC West. Like the Cardinals.
Cardinals? I actually kind of like the Cardinals this
NFC
year.
West might be the answer here. Like deepest 1 to 4.
Yeah.
NFC North. NFC North.
I mean,
no one's bad in the NFC North.
Chicago?
And then the South with hedge the Saints. The NFC North might be my answer. If Chicago's 4th, I love the coach. I think the quarterback's talented, obviously. I like a lot of their pieces around them. They've built up the line and the defense recently.
What are they? Are they a 9-10 win team?
I don't know if they can. Can you have 4 9-10 win teams in one division? Because if I say they are, then I feel like I have to say they all are going to be, and how likely is that to happen?
Yeah, because
you would say it about the Lions.
I guess how dependent are you on your thoughts about the Vikings? All about how good J.J. McCarthy is.
I am really struggling with what I think of the Vikings. I would say, actually, going into the season, the team I'm struggling to predict more than any. I feel
the Vikings.
I feel pretty good about what most teams are going to be. At least how I feel about how
their defensive roster is pretty strong.
Right.
Their front seven's strong.
I love the coach. Love the coach. Like he is one of my he'd be one of my top 3 coaches in the league. Like that dude is gonna get the most out of your quarterback. They have the best receiver in football.
And they have
another good receiver. They have a great tight end. They have a good line.
They have a good running back.
They added as much in the offseason. Kevin Cole from Fantasy Points. He, formerly of Pro Football Focus, he has this chart of like EPA added in an offseason. Like just trying to statistically figure out like who added the most.
Yep.
And I think he had the Vikings as the team that improved more than any.
Yeah.
Not without a quarterback upgrade this offseason. So they did a lot of work there. They spent a lot of money. Defensive line, I think they added a couple pieces.
And then traded Harrison Phillips.
But, so I like every single thing about the Vikings except for their quarterback.
Yeah.
I was not a McCarthy guy coming into the league. His his school hid him as much as humanly possible.
But they did do the right thing by not extending Darnold.
Did they do the right thing by not extending Darnold? I don't know. I don't know. I think it was defendable to do it. But they had drafted a guy in the first round. So me being so down on McCarthy is why I'm skeptical. But I kind of have this faith in O'Connell that, like, don't worry about McCarthy. I'm going to get him to be a good quarterback because he does that with everybody, at least the few that he's been challenged with so far. 803-0550 is the phone number. College football starts on Saturday.
This Saturday.
They're talking about
in Ireland.
Some of the matchups. Notre Dame and Miami.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love that one.
Yeah.
I hate Miami.
Carson Beck.
Yes.
Give me a break.
Maybe Nate's got some hot takes on Notre Dame to
sure
get us. 803-0550 is the phone number. Jeremy's off. It's Jody Biasi, Nate Geary here on WGR. We also if you missed it in on-demand audio, we just had Lou DiBiase on the Philadelphia Eagles Week 17 as part of our 14 teams in 14 days feature. That is brought to you by Northtown Automotive. Get a Northtown Engine Shield engine protection warranty on new and used vehicles. What does a Super Bowl champion team talk about at training camp? Because it feels like it's hard for just anything to be like, oh, this guy's injured or this guy doesn't look great. Yeah, but we won the Super Bowl. So whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's very zoomed in. Like right now, I think there's a lot of worry about that third cornerback spot. So I know first world problems for a roster that's pretty complete, but I think people are concerned, behind Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Darius Slay did go to Pittsburgh. Isaiah Rodgers left in free agency as well to Minnesota. I think people were high on Keely Ringo, another Georgia player who was a 4.3 speed, high upside corner, and it's very similar to when Rasul Douglas was in Philadelphia. It feels like the front office really likes the player, but the coach doesn't. It doesn't feel like he fits the scheme. And so surprisingly, Adoree Jackson's been beating him out, and I think people are a little bit concerned about that second outside cornerback spot because they do want to keep Cooper DeJean in the slot. But, yeah, overall for a team that I think, again, is still the most complete in the NFL, I think it's kind of first-world problems what Eagles fans are a little bit worried about right now. But I think people are definitely looking at those starters that, on the defensive side of the ball left in free agency, if these younger players can step up and, kind of continue that floor.
How about on their defensive line? They lose a couple guys, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat. That group so far, will they be as terrorizing, you think, this year as – last year felt like everyone knew it. You didn't need to know their PFF grades or their pass rush win rate to know that, that's one of the best defensive lines in football, if not the best.
Yeah, I do feel like the floor is a little bit lower because they are naturally younger now and more inexperienced on the defensive line. Milton Williams and Josh Sweat leave. In comes Jalix Hunt, a second-year edge rusher that's still definitely raw. I mean, he had a great playoffs, but not sure if he'll be able to carry the load as a top 2 player. I think they thought he'd be a bigger part of the rotation in year 2 than in his rookie season. But now suddenly, yeah, I mean, Brandon Graham retiring as well. Jalix Hunt's that go-to guy opposite Nolan Smith. And then it's Moro Ijoma at defensive tackle replacing Milton Williams. Both players, again, a very high ceiling, but the floor is definitely lower.
All right, welcome back to Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. 803-0550 is the phone number. Got Sal Capaccio coming up next on Bills practice yesterday. And we're under a week away from the 53-man roster.
That's right.
Who's the player you're wondering most about the 53-man roster right now? Shavers?
Shavers is up there.
I don't know how many there are.
Well, this
like there are
kid
there are
from West Point. This might make a late run at this.
He just showed up last week.
He did.
Was already featured on Hard Knocks.
Yep.
If that matters. Looked good in that preseason game. There was the clip of Sean McDermott in Hard Knocks talking about him earning more reps with the types of plays he had against the Giants. And that's at linebacker, where the Bills' depth is Joe Andreessen, who had a tough preseason game, but
he did.
I mean, it feels like everything before that preseason game for Joe Andreessen, since even last year, had gone pretty well.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Like anything he had been faced with seemed like results were positive.
I am interested in what the defensive line room looks like with the 2 suspensions. Mm-hmm. Larry Ogunjobi did not play a snap last week. Does that speak to you about anything? He's a veteran. He's not going to practice for 6 weeks. You would think they'd want him in there if they have plans for him.
Yeah. Unless they're getting... But they did play Michael Hoyt. That's the other thing. So it's like if they're different...
They did play Michael Hoyt, and I think Michael Hoyt's going to play a lot.
I was going to say maybe they're not playing Ogunjobi because they're trying to get the kids ready. They want them getting more reps, but then why would they...
I don't think Ogunjobi's making the team.
The only thing is $4 million cap hit this year.
Ogunjobi?
Yeah. You know what? You save more than I thought. If you cut Larry Ogunjobi, you save $3.2 million.
He's a goner.
Of the 4.1.
He's a goner.
This year. Next year, you're taking on $2.5 million.
He's a goner.
You know, that's not as
Dwayne Carter,
ridiculous as I thought it was.
They're going to be keeping Dwayne Carter over him.
Well, let's sell this about Ogunjobi. Player we haven't talked about much since he was suspended right after the Bills signed him. 803-0550, the phone number. If you got a question for Sal, he's coming up next. Jeremy and Joe. Nate is in for Jeremy, and this is WGR. You sent us a graphic in the break about this, like how close they are in wins and top 10s. Scheffler hasn't, by the way, finished outside the top 10 since the Players' Championship.
It's crazy.
I've got on his tour page.
And for reference, down 4 strokes at the BMW last week to start that round against Robert Mack. He was plus money to win 4 strokes down with 18 to play.
Yeah. So, like,
crazy.
I don't know if what we're watching is 50% of what Tiger did or 60% of what Tiger was doing, but it, to me, feels like we've definitely reached a point where this is the best we've seen since Tiger.
I agree. And I think those percentages that you threw out there are probably, if we were going to try to throw a percentage on it, I think the 50 to 60 is probably a fair number. Just, if you look at the number of wins that Scotty has at this point in his career versus what Tiger has had in terms of tournament played, majors win, it's exactly 50%. Scotty has 4 through this many starts in his career. Tiger had 8 as of this moment. But the top 10s and the top 5s are actually decently close to Tiger. So it shows that Scotty's been super, super consistent. And that's the one thing that we've, when we've been trying to make comparisons to other players, unfairly so, with Spieth and with McIlroy and some of these other guys, is that they just haven't been consistent. Scotty doesn't have the cuts made streak that Tiger did, but he's as consistent as anybody since Tiger over a prolonged stretch. It's super impressive. I mean, even Tiger would admit the field and the PGA Tour now, if you go 1 through 150, is definitely deeper and higher quality at the back end than it was when Tiger was. Just as we would say the same thing when we were comparing Tiger to Jack Nicklaus. Like, the fields were deeper for Tiger than they were for Jack. But right now what Scheffler's doing, it's pretty amazing. And I think, Joe, when you were on at Tri-County with us on Tee to Green, it's funny because, Kevin and I even were talking about it a little bit more last week, Kevin Sylvester on part of our team, how Scotty still might not be the number 1 draw on tour. We still think McIlroy, in terms of eyeballs and gallery size, still maybe is the most polarizing figure, which obviously, Tiger had that times a billion. There's no comparison percentage-wise to that. When Tiger played, all sports eyeballs were on him. The galleries were the biggest by far. Scheffler's just kind of steady. His I think lure is his steadiness and his appreciation and maybe his approach to the game. I'm impressed with a guy that seems kind of just so calm, cool, and collective of how he's able to dominate so well.
On the offense, this is what they are, right? Like, they're going to run the ball with Barkley, and the passing volume will be down a little bit, I would think, right? Like, they didn't really need to be throwing the ball as much as some teams last year. So, like, A.J. Brown sees a little bit of a decline in, like, his target volume, I should say, more so. But again, like, Barkley's Barkley. So does their offense look basically the same as it did last year?
Yeah, I mean, that's their identity, and they're still going to be the best running team in football this year with Saquon, that elite offensive line, and Jalen Hurts. But I do think there's like a middle ground between what they did last year and suddenly becoming like one of the more pass-heavy teams in the NFL. I just don't think Saquon Barkley can hold up if you give him that kind of usage rate again. I think when you look at the history of the NFL, like DeMarco Murray after 2014, Adrian Peterson after 2012, Sean Alexander after 2005, like running backs that got that many touches normally the next year do not replicate that production because most of the time they end up getting injured. So for the Eagles, like, yeah, Saquon should still be the face of this offense, but he needs to be the face of the offense when it matters most, at the end of the year in the playoffs. And so for him to hold up again, I think they need to not only use their other running backs, like A.J. Dillon and Will Shipley had good summers, but I think you do need to rely on Jalen Hurts in the passing game more, and I think you will be able to do that more this year. Like, I think what you saw from Jalen down the stretch in the NFC title in the Super Bowl, I think is a sign of things to come. And I think in 2022, in the first half of 2023, Jalen showed, like, you know, he can be more than what he was this past season as a game manager quarterback, basically. So I think there's a middle ground between who they were last year and I guess who they were that first Super Bowl run. They're going to have to pass it more, I think, just naturally to keep Saquon upright.
Good morning. Bills back at it on the practice field yesterday. No changes to the injury report. Offensive coordinator Joe Brady and defensive coordinator Bobby Babich both spoke before practice. You can hear what both of them had to say on demand on our website. Also, keep up with what happened in practice with our own Sal Capaccio and his articles on our website as well, WGR550.com. Scary injury situation for the Ravens yesterday as quarterback Lamar Jackson left practice early. According to a team spokesperson, Jackson was knocked to the ground and got his foot stepped on and left practice 40 minutes early. After practice, though, the team said he'll be fine and won't miss any time. Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer said yesterday he believes edge rusher Micah Parsons will be in the lineup for the team in Week 1 this season. Rumors and reports of trade packages for Parsons have been cycling around for the past few weeks. Ever since Parsons requested a trade out of Dallas. Parsons and his agent have not had any form of communication with the team in terms of negotiations since April, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. And the two-time All-Pro has not formally practiced with the team for the entirety of training camp. Overnight, the Kansas City Chiefs dealt former second-round pick wide receiver Sky Moore to the San Francisco 49ers for a 2027 sixth-round pick. They also added on a 2027 seventh-round pick in that. Moore played in 36 games for the Chiefs and is headed into the final year of his rookie deal. And in baseball last night, the Blue Jays fell short to the Pirates, losing 2-1. And the Yankees had another big offensive night, hitting 5 more home runs, beating the Rays 6-4 in extra innings, earning their 5th win in a row. The Yankees and Red Sox start off a 4-game series tonight that could completely change the AL East standings. First pitch for the first game is tonight at 7:15. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sal Capaccio now on the Westher Hotline as we are exactly 2 weeks away from the NFL season opener between the Eagles and the Cowboys. Sal joins the show now on Bills practice yesterday, the 53-man roster, which we're under a week away from, and plenty more. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
I'm good. Are you taking in any of these other football documentary, the Cowboys one that's out, or is Hard Knocks whetting your appetite enough for off-season football content? There's the quarterback one, too. There's so many football things that are out there now.
That's so funny you say that. I was just thinking about it. Like, I can't catch up to a lot of these things. I just don't have time, to be honest with you. Like, I'd love to sit down and watch a lot more of it. I am watching Hard Knocks, obviously, because it's the Bills, and, you know, it's something I'm interested in to talk about. We do a reaction podcast afterwards, but watched quarterback maybe last year or 2 years ago. Can't remember now. Yana's watching it. She really likes it. In fact, she said to me she really likes Jared Goff after watching this. Like, and a lot of the stuff that he went through and did not know it.
Yeah.
What's that?
I felt the same way when I watched that quarter. I thought Jared Goff really comes off as like a guy you want to root for.
I have not watched it this season, but she told me that she's been watching it. So I like that my wife gets into it and she's watching these things and like independent of me, like, hey, I've been watching quarterback. I'm like, oh, really? What's it going on? What's going on with it? You know, in this season. I have not watched the Cowboys. I will at some point. I'll get around to that because that's like evergreen, right? You can watch that at any point. It's a historical perspective on something. So that's kind of like The Last Dance, right? They compared it to a little bit. I will go back at some point and watch that, I think, because it sounds really cool and it was right in my wheelhouse when I was of a certain age where I totally remember a lot of that when Jerry Jones bought the team and fired Tom Landry and the backlash and how all of that went down. So I am very interested in that. I just haven't been able to watch it yet.
I've only seen clips so far. I probably will watch it because they are – I don't think I dislike the Cowboys maybe as much as Bills fans that watched the 2 Super Bowls in the 90s. Although I wonder how much hate there is still for them. The intrigue of some of those stories that like – they just seem so foreign to football. The Michael Irvin stories from training camp, including the one at the barber shop, which is just like, what? This actually happened? They had a parade for Tom Landry after they fired him, where fans were like,
he was
crying.
He was an icon.
Yeah. Like, imagine that today. Like, I think they said 100,000 people showed up for a parade for their coach they had just fired. But, I mean, he had been there for so long that, you know, that'd be like if New England had done that for Belichick. Like the week after he's fired, we're all going to meet at the stadium to celebrate him. Like you don't get that today at all. I don't know if you even got that then. If that's just a one-off instance of that.
I mean, yeah, I don't really know. It's crazy, right, to think about all of that. So super interesting to think about all of that and to remember it and see it. And I want to kind of go and look through that lens of how they present it. But no, and then Hard Knocks, of course, there's a couple episodes left. Mm-hmm. They'll show this week's preseason game, and then they'll kind of probably lead you into, what will be cuts on Tuesday.
Yep.
And then the final episode will show the cuts. I don't know exactly how much they'll show of that. It's been different over the years where there's been some criticism of these shows, Hard Knocks specifically, of, showing these people in what is kind of their worst moment of their life, at least their professional life, right?
Yeah.
And in these situations. And, there's been some, hey, let's have a little more empathy and just put it out there for entertainment value. So I'm interested to see how that works. But, yeah, Tuesday at 4 o'clock, guys. I mean, we are here. I mean, it is – you got one more game here, and then the Bills have to cut down to 53. I've been actually working on a projected 53-man roster, and it's super interesting because there are, as always, like spots where you're like, man, what do you do here? Do you keep this person or that person? Mm-hmm. And I find myself kind of probably with like 2 spots, I think. There's probably – at the end of the day, I think I'm pretty confident on most of it, maybe like 3, like 50 guys I can get to. And then I'm like, well, there's like 3 spots, and I don't know how they want to massage what they're looking for special teams or at a certain position.
What would you say is the guy or the position that you're having the toughest time figuring out?
It's a good question. I think Tyrell Shavers is right there, figuring out if they want to keep 5 or 6 wide receiver. But he's you have to really kind of be understanding of the nuance of it, right? Which is, and I think most people are, it's not Tyrell Shavers as a wide receiver necessarily. It's does he offer enough on special teams that you would keep him over somebody else at another position, right? And whatever that may be. Or is Laviska Shenault someone who offers you more? Because he would offer you more on special teams. He could return kicks. He can I don't think he return punts, but he can return kicks, and he could actually play a little bit wide receiver. So you kind of have to kind of put those 2 first and kind of separate them and say, okay, then what do you do when you go against other guys at other positions, right? Like a Derek Forrest, I don't have making the team when I look at it right now, but he could certainly be a special teams player for you. But I look at the defensive backs, speak of him. That's where a real big issue is for me, guys. They kept 10 defensive backs last year. Like right now, I have them keeping 12. And I'm like, there's no way. Or I'm sorry, let's see, 1, 2, 3. They kept 8. I have them keeping 10. Sorry. Okay. They kept 8 last year. I have them keeping 10, and I'm like, I don't think they'll do that. And that's with Max Hairston going on IR to return. Like, I think that's going to happen. You know what I mean? So I'm talking 10 independent of him, and I'm just like, there's no way. That's too many. What do you do there? So is Jamarcus Ingram not a guy you keep? Or is Dorian Strong? But if you – the part of the issue I'm having is if you release Dorian Strong, he can get claimed by any team. And are you going to do that with a draft pick, like a 5th-round pick? I don't know if you can do that.
Right, they've done it with 6th and 7th round picks, but a 5th round pick.
Yeah, Prather's
Strong
already,
is 5th, right? That's what I remembered.
Yeah,
I think Strong is 5th.
I'm pretty.
So,
I thought so.
And Prather, they've already waived injury designate. Right, it was an injury waive.
Yeah. So what's going to happen is if he clears waivers today,
he reverts back to the Bills.
Today?
Correct.
He reverts back to the Bills, and then he can't play for them all year anyway. He'll just get a redshirt year, so he won't matter.
Strong was a 6th round pick.
He won't matter from the roster standpoint, but you're right. They've done that with 7th round picks.
Strong was a 6th?
Yeah. Okay. Strong was a 6th, by the way.
Okay, so Strong was 6th. Okay, it could happen. Then it could happen. But that is something. If you think another team might, hey, we don't want another team to scoop him up, I mean, then you have to keep him on the roster. But you might not worry about that and say, look, I mean, there's guys like that. We could pick somebody up. So maybe you do waive Dorian Strong, right? So Jamarcus Ingram against Dorian Strong is something for me that I'm thinking about right there, to be quite honest.
Sal, Joe and I were talking about Larry Ogunjobi off air as like we were like, okay, well, Buffalo Joe, no, he's probably safe. Kid from West Point, maybe he makes a little run here. And immediately my brain went to, well, Larry Ogunjobi, because I know like they've got the numbers at defensive tackle right now, and I think it's going to be hard to keep everybody on the interior. Is he maybe, and Joe looked at the money. The money actually kind of makes sense for the Bills to potentially cut him.
Just real quick on that, because I looked, Sal, to see, like, okay, I've not thought about him being a bubble guy at all throughout this process, and maybe you'll tell me I still shouldn't, but his cap charges by year, whether he's on the team or not. Like this year, he's on the hook for a $4.1 million cap hit, and then there's 3. This is all from Spot Track, and then there's 3 void years. So it's a 1-year deal, but they have cap charges for 4 years. If you cut him, you save $3.2 million of that this year. And then next year you have $2.5 million, but you're already spending that on the void year. So really, you'd be saving money, and then in there's 2 more void years after that you're getting rid of.
Well, hold on. I want to say something. I don't know if I'm looking at over the cap right now. This is one I'm using.
Okay.
I see a post-June 1 cut would be 2.8 dead money and a savings of 1.2 this year.
Okay, that's very different than what I'm looking at. So maybe we should.
Yeah.
I'll figure out what that looks like.
I don't know where you're looking, but you could be right. I'm looking at over the cap.
Yeah, and we're looking at
let me look at Spot Track, and I can see, because I want to parse this out, because I think it's a great question, because what complicates the issue is his suspension.
Yes, right. Okay, right, and that's a big difference that we just had between the two of us on like what you would be spending, because if it's $800,000 versus 2.5 whatever million, that's very different.
Yeah, so post-June 1, they do have 3.2 savings on Spot Trek. I see that.
Yeah.
For this year. Oh, no, that's 2026 I'm looking at. That's why.
No. Yeah, I got it
2025. You're right, 2025.
Yep, 25.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. And I think part of it is because of the suspension. Here's where, and I am going to give some space to the fact that they could definitely move on from Larry Ogunjobi because they could save money. No doubt. Mm-hmm. But let's also remember, numbers-wise, as you're bringing up, Nate, they don't have to have him on the 53. He goes right on a suspended list. He has nothing to do with the 53-man roster, to be quite honest.
Would you think then, if the move here is you put him on the suspension list, and then maybe you make a decision week 7 when he comes back and he's eligible to play at that point, it's, okay, we don't like what we have here, we're going to waive somebody, or Dwayne Carter has really stepped up, we like what, we're not moving on from him, now we can cut him. I guess they're not really behooved to make a decision on Ogunjobi at cutdown day, knowing he gets essentially a free spot for 6 weeks.
Correct, but the money could still matter before that, as Joe is bringing up, and that's where I think you have to figure that out. Also, here's something I'm glad you guys are bringing this up. I'll look into this if I can today. Vested veterans' base salaries are guaranteed if they're on the roster week 1. I don't think he counts because he won't be on the active roster.
Gotcha.
So there's some intricacies to this Larry Ogunjobi situation.
So his suspension means a lot here for all of that.
Okay.
So the way it works, so everybody understands what I'm saying is, so if you're a vested veteran, you've been in this league over 4 years, if you're on the active roster, or I think even IR, but if you're week 1, like I think it's active or IR, week 1, your base salary is guaranteed for the year. So, but in a case where he won't be, he will be suspended. I don't think his is, and I don't know when his becomes guaranteed of that when he comes back. So I'll have to look into that. It's a good question. Haven't run into this issue before, but anybody that's part of why sometimes at the end of a camp you're like, well, this guy has a high base salary, we like him, but he's on. There's been times before. Do you guys remember? I think the Bills did this, believe it or not, with Patrick DeMarco one year. Okay, Patrick DeMarco one year. They released him for 1 week to start the year, and they brought him back at the second week. And the reason was because they didn't want to guarantee his salary for being on the roster week 1.
Right. So there's more with Ogunjobi because of the suspension, so we'll get more clarity on that. How about just the football part of it, Sal? Like, if there's been any buzz about what he's looked like, positively or negatively, and then really just on the football and like what the position has looked like around him. Like, Dwayne Carter was inactive so often last year and still a young player. Reports about Carter, Walker, and Sanders, the rookies. Do you feel like the Bills have liked what they've seen at that position around the veterans?
I do, and that's why I do give space to. Well, I wonder if they would say, you know what? I know we don't have to. We can just put them on the suspended list, but we can also save money because I think that you've seen enough from the rookies, Dwayne Carter and T.J. Sanders. I'm sorry, Deion Walker and T.J. Sanders, to say that you like what you've seen, right? And they're going to have to play anyway, with or without Larry Ogunjobi on the Week 1 roster. He's suspended. He's not playing, so these guys are going to have to play anyway. And if you like what you've seen already. Right? Maybe you go forward and say, you know what? And if we really need somebody, we can tap into the practice squad. Maybe Zion Logue is there, right? And guys that you could bring back in and sign that spot. So I do think it's really interesting. And yes, to answer your question, I think that they have probably seen enough from those guys to maybe feel confident. And I haven't seen Ogunjobi really do too much. I'm not saying he hasn't been okay, but it's not like I'm not seeing him flash and be like, oh my God, yeah, wait till that guy is ready. Michael Hoyt's different. Michael Hoyt is that guy. Like, Michael Hoyt is making plays, and you're like, man, they're going to be way better when he's back. He's going to help this defense. I don't think I felt that way about Ogunjobi. He's a part of a rotation, and that rotation to me, these rookies are looking like they're going to fit right into it.
Sal Capaccio with us on the West Her hotline as we go through it a little bit. We're under a week away from 53-man roster cut down. Is there, you're kind of having to guess, I guess, at who's going to play against the Bucs on Saturday, but would you expect anybody that's like on the bubble, like, hey, this guy's got to perform or he could lose a spot? Maybe that's going to be true of a lot of players come Saturday.
Oh, sure. I think that that's what we're looking at cornerback. Like I said, you're battling there, right? Maybe Dorian Strong, Jamarcus Ingram, Dane Jackson. Are these guys in a battle? I didn't even talk about Dane Jackson. I have him on the outside looking in right now. Mm-hmm. Like Dane Jackson to me is he's the perfect vet practice squad guy. You know?
Yeah.
Like you put him out, you release him, no one's gonna pick him up, he'll be a free agent, and then if he agrees, you sign him to the practice squad. And then literally, like, it's a guy that totally knows your system. And let's say you're on a Tuesday or Wednesday and somebody's banged up. You say, we got to elevate him for the week. He knows the system. We can plug and play, right? Like, that's the perfect veteran practice squad. Is that a guy? How about a guy like Chase Lunt on the offensive line? He's in the same boat as Dorian Strong. Chase Lunt was a 7th-round pick. But do you feel like you need to, if you see enough from him, you keep him? If he puts enough on film, could another team scoop him up? They really like him. They like his size and his athleticism. He's got versatility along the offensive line, right? Is that a guy? Now, complicating that matter is Cedric Van Pran Granger. I think he will be staying on PUP. Like, to me, I think you go to Tuesday, he stays on PUP. You don't have to have a spot. So that opens up a spot for a guy like Chase Lunt. I think there's a few guys in this boat for sure.
When looking at some of the injured guys, Cole Bishop gets some reps last year after being on the shelf, and maybe we see him again on Saturday. What about Samuel for that? He's back doing some things at practice. Would you think that he's somebody to watch for just building reps, for playing if he's out there on Saturday, or maybe that's for the 53-man roster? Or do you think it's so early that maybe they don't play him at all?
I think he needs some reps. I don't know. It's a good question, though. It's a really good needle to thread here for the Bills. And I think they're having the same discussion, Joe. I really do. I think they're having the same discussion about how much do we play him? Do we play him at all? Do we risk having him out there and getting injured? Now, one of the things is I think this week is a big week. If you feel that he got a lot of good reps this week, you might not need to do that, right? Because what are his reps anyway on Saturday? What quarterback is it with? Is it worth – like, what's he getting out of it if he's only with Mr. Trubisky or Mike White maybe? Mm-hmm. Because he's either playing with Josh Allen or he's not on the roster, right? I think we'd probably agree with that. So what benefit is it to be out there? You already have numbers. Yesterday, man, tough one yesterday for this kid Grant Dubose, right? He just signs and he gets injured. But he's an example of you're going to rely on Deion Kane and Stephen Gosnell and Christian Wilkerson. Like, guys like that are going to have to play some. So
a bunch.
You put Curtis Samuel on the field, like, how much does it really benefit him in this situation? But at the same time, sure, like, dude, you've missed time, and we need to make sure that you're okay to play in games. They also have 2 weeks plus before their first game. It's a tough question. As I sit here right now, I don't know if I would expect Curtis Samuel to play on Saturday because I've seen him now playing in practice and doing pretty much everything in practice, and he has 2 more weeks of practice to do that.
Sal, I would imagine Frank Gore Jr. is going to see a heavy workload on Saturday.
Bet the over.
Listen, I'm not under the impression. I'm not here thinking that he's going to make the 53. I just think there's just this is too deep of a room, and the roles are too entrenched, I think, in this running back room. I think they would probably hope he'll get through to the practice squad again. Do you think that there's a chance that he ends up on someone's 53-man roster?
I do. I still think it's a low chance, though, Nate. Mm-hmm. And the reason I say it that way is that you always have injuries at the end of camp. You always have, teams that look at the back end of the roster and go, boy, we just need something a little more or a little different. And he's put enough on film now, I think, for 2 straight years for a team to say, okay, let's do this. His dad, we all know who his dad is, but his dad is very involved in football. He knows he has a lot of relationships around the NFL. I'm quite sure his dad would love to see him on a 53, although his dad is very much a proponent of him being in the Bills organization. That's why he's here, right? Mm-hmm. His dad wanted him to come to Buffalo and said, Brandon Beane is great and they'll take care of you. But at some point, I'm sure that, hey, the kid gets a shot at the 53. Here's how it works at running back a lot of times, though, and we have to remember this. As much as this is what happens when you just watch kind of the Bills for a lot of people. And you watch the Bills, you see Frank Gore. Tyrell Shavers is in this boat, too. I'm going to put these guys in the same boat when I say this, which is you see them make plays, they excite you, and you're like, man, if you lose that guy, like if you release him, shame on you because somebody's going to scoop him up. Well, think about it from another team's standpoint, okay? Mm-hmm. They have to believe that guy is going to walk right on their roster and play. They can't just put him on the practice squad and go, yeah, we like him. Like, they got to really like him. And they got to like him enough, in Frank Gore's situation, I think even especially, to say, we like him even more than a guy that's kind of on our fringe that's been here with us all offseason. He's learned our playbook. He knows it. He's a guy we developed. Like, are you really going to put Frank Gore over that guy? Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Because teams don't like doing that. It makes sense. Why would you do that when the guys come in and learn a whole new playbook? You have to remember, you got to put him on your 53. So now he's got to take a spot in a game day roster, even though he doesn't have to have a jersey, while he's learning the playbook, and he's probably not going to play, versus a guy that has been with you all offseason that you could probably do the same thing with or put on your practice squad and elevate.
I also just think that this also probably happens a lot with other teams every year, where a guy flashes in the preseason and makes big plays, and you think you've got something special there, when in reality, I bet every fan base has got two guys right now that they're yelling, our team needs... Who's the Bengal receiver that just made the 2 highlight catches on Monday? Tinsley. That guy he's like 26, hasn't played in the NFL at all, and no one was thinking he would make the roster. And I guarantee you, what are Bengals fans probably doing this week? It's this guy that's got to be on the 53-man roster or you're going to lose him. And maybe you do, but I just think, Sal, that every team's probably got a couple guys like that.
I mean, honestly, like, you know who comes to mind here for this? Because people will know the name and it relates. It's Sean Dolak with the Rams. Sean Dolak's had an excellent preseason, but I'm reading things where he's still on the bubble for that team.
I saw Brian Baldinger did a breakdown of like how good he looked, but right, like he still might not even make the team.
Right, we don't know. I mean, I don't think he's a lock. He might make the team, and that's great for him. And I hope Sean Dolak makes it. And, I definitely think he should have been drafted. And I know a lot of people wanted him to be drafted to Buffalo. Mm-hmm. He's still on the bubble for the Rams. Read anybody that kind of covers the team. Like, yeah, they really like him, but is he safe? I don't know. He's listed at like their 7th linebacker, and now that's their depth chart. He's been getting playing time in the preseason. They don't play a lot of their starters. Mm-hmm. But that's a guy that's a great example of what you're saying, Joe. Like, and then all of a sudden there's people in LA going, well, wait a minute. If you release him, like any team can claim him. And maybe that's why you don't release him, because you think any team can claim him and he's put enough on film. So I agree with you. I think every year this happens with every fan base, and there's guys at the bottom of the roster. But we could also look at it in a really positive way here for the Buffalo Bills, which is, heck, guys, you probably remember, I remember, before this team got to where they are, there were probably 10 guys that were talking about that, right? Instead of 2 or 3, right? And like, oh my God, you got to keep this guy. He's going to help the team. When in reality, those guys are just fringe NFL players. But that's how many guys that the Bills had they were keeping at the back end of the roster. Here they have 2 or 3 maybe.
Right. There might be 30, 40 examples of guys we could bring up here. And maybe there's another one. The only guy I can ever remember that fits this profile, Sal, that went on to have like make a real impact in the NFL was Joik Bell. He was a preseason hero for the Bills, and he ended up becoming like a starting running back in the league for a few years. He wasn't like a Pro Bowler, but he had a couple good years in the league, and I can't remember any of these other guys ever actually doing anything.
The only other guy I'll bring up, and he only flashed for maybe most of 1 year, was Isaiah Hodgins.
Right, but like you said, that was one season and one season.
That's right. You're right, because Joik Bell actually went on to have a nice career, right? Joik Bell, think about that running back room that year. They had
he was
Marshawn Lynch, Fred Jackson, C.J. Spiller, and Joik Bell on the same roster.
Right. Because
that's crazy.
They had to go and draft another top 10 running back.
Because all they had was running backs.
Really needed to draft an 8th overall running back. Yeah. Good pick there. Very quickly, Sal, as we run out of time here, we haven't mentioned anything from practice yesterday. You mentioned the Dubose injury, which is such a tough break.
Kincaid went down with like something too, right?
Yeah, that is that a concern?
I just want to make sure, like, I hope everybody, like, don't give that a lot of space, like, in your head, everybody.
Okay.
Dalton did get hit by Taylor Rapp on a ball Rapp was just going for, and they collided. Okay, it happens.
Okay.
He was down for 1 second, like, slow to get up. They helped him up. He went over to the sidelines. He kept his helmet. He actually tried to run into the huddle. I saw this. He tried to run into the huddle and like, nah, stay there. And basically ran like 2 more plays and practice ended. And then I saw him walk off the field with Dawson Knox, smiling and talking, no trainers around him, nothing like that.
Gotcha.
Good.
And then, so the Grant Dubose injury, what did happen? It was a shoulder thing because he got carted off, right?
He was in a one-on-one drill. There's a ball down the sidelines, and he tried to make a play on it. He dove for the ball, and his arm just kind of got caught under him. Oh. And it's just a real shame. That happens, right? And he dove for the ball, got caught, and he was in so much pain. You know, I mean, like, we were talking, media people, we were talking, and all of us were like, man, like, we've seen injuries, but you just feel so bad. Like, you could tell this guy was in so much pain, and he had just signed. He was in the hospital last year for a few days with a concussion playing for the Miami Dolphins, and he's trying to come back to the NFL, and, you know, you just feel bad. And he went off to the side. Trainers came right over. They were watching him. They were looking at him. They sat him up, and then the cart came out, and they took him in. Later, I saw him in the field house with a trainer. He had a real big wrap, and it looked like a sling under the wrap. You feel real bad for him. Joey Bosa had a vet rest day. Javon Solomon was back at practice. He was termed limited the day before. He had a big wrap on his right wrist, but he was practicing out there. And I thought it was a good practice yesterday. Real good work both ways. They did one-on-ones. And there was some wins and losses by some guys. I loved. You had Kincaid against Bishop a couple times in one-on-ones. That was really interesting watching that. Because those are the guys that went at it at Utah. And then they did red zone stuff, and I thought it was a real productive, good practice yesterday.
And you get some more details, WGR550.com. Extra Point Show coming up at 10. Thank you, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio on the West Her hotline. When we come back, there was a comment made about Jim Harbaugh in the NFL.
Okay.
That I thought was interesting. I wanted to bring up. Somebody wants Jim Harbaugh suspended.
For his
in the NFL
discretions at the college game?
Yeah. That coming up. More on the Bills. Haven't really talked much about the secondary today, which planned to a little bit, as we did yesterday as well. Still no Gabe Davis signing, by the way. It's Jody Biasi, Nate Geary. Jeremy is off today. This is WGR. Okay, so there's more with Ogunjobi because of the suspension, so we'll get more clarity on that. How about just the football part of it, Sal? Like, if there's been any buzz about what he's looked like, positively or negatively, and then really just on the football and like what the position has looked like around him. Like, Dwayne Carter was inactive so often last year and still a young player. Reports about Carter, Walker, and Sanders, the rookies. Do you feel like the Bills have liked what they've seen at that position around the veterans?
I do, and that's why I do give space to. Well, I wonder if they would say, you know what? I know we don't have to. We can just put them on the suspended list, but we can also save money because I think that you've seen enough from the rookies, Dwayne Carter and T.J. Sanders. I'm sorry, Deion Walker and T.J. Sanders, to say that you like what you've seen, right? And they're going to have to play anyway, with or without Larry Ogunjobi on the Week 1 roster. He's suspended. He's not playing, so these guys are going to have to play anyway. And if you like what you've seen already. Right? Maybe you go forward and say, you know what? And if we really need somebody, we can tap into the practice squad. Maybe Zion Logue is there, right? And guys that you could bring back in and sign that spot. So I do think it's really interesting. And yes, to answer your question, I think that they have probably seen enough from those guys to maybe feel confident. And I haven't seen Ogunjobi really do too much. I'm not saying he hasn't been okay, but it's not like I'm not seeing him flash and be like, oh my God, yeah, wait till that guy is ready. Michael Hoyt's different. Michael Hoyt is that guy. Like Michael Hoyt is making plays, and you're like, wait, man, they're going to be way better when he's back. He's going to help this defense. I don't think I felt that way about Ogunjobi. He's a part of a rotation, and that rotation to me, these rookies are looking like they're going to fit right into it.
What does a Super Bowl champion team talk about at training camp? Because it feels like it's hard for just anything to be like, oh, this guy's injured or this guy doesn't look great. Yeah, but we won the Super Bowl, so whatever.
Yeah, I feel like it's very zoomed in. Like right now, I think there's a lot of worry about that third cornerback spot. So I know first world problems for a roster that's pretty complete, but I think people are concerned, behind Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Darius Slay did go to Pittsburgh. Isaiah Rodgers left in free agency as well to Minnesota. I think people were high on Keely Ringo, another Georgia player who was a 4.3 speed, high upside corner, and it's very similar to when Rasul Douglas was in Philadelphia. It feels like the front office really likes the player, but the coach doesn't. It doesn't feel like he fits the scheme. And so surprisingly, Adoree Jackson's been beating him out, and I think people are a little bit concerned about that second outside cornerback spot because they do want to keep Cooper DeJean in the slot. But, overall, for a team that I think, again, is still the most complete in the NFL, I think it's kind of first world problems what Eagles fans are a little bit worried about right now. But I think people are definitely looking at those starters that, on the defensive side of the ball left in free agency, if these younger players can step up and, kind of continue that floor.
How about on their defensive line? They lose a couple guys, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat. That group so far, will they be as terrorizing, you think, this year as, last year, felt like everyone knew it. You didn't need to know their PFF grades or their pass rush win rate to know that, that's one of the best defensive lines in football, if not the best.
Yeah, I do feel like the floor is a little bit lower because they are naturally younger now and more inexperienced on the defensive line. Milton Williams and Josh Sweat leave. In comes Jalix Hunt, a second-year edge rusher that's still definitely raw. He had a great playoffs, but not sure if he'll be able to carry the load as a top 2 player. I think they thought he'd be a bigger part of the rotation in year 2 than in his rookie season. But now suddenly, Brandon Graham retiring as well. Jalix Hunt's that go-to guy opposite Nolan Smith. And then it's Moro Ijoma at defensive tackle replacing Milton Williams. Both players, again, a very high ceiling, but the floor is definitely lower.
Bills back out on the practice field yesterday. Prior to practice, offensive coordinator Joe Brady and defensive coordinator Bobby Babbage spoke to the media. You can hear what both of them had to say on our website, WGR550.com. You can also read what happened at practice in Sal Capaccio's article, also on our website, WGR550.com. Scary injury situation for the Ravens yesterday as Lamar Jackson left the team's practice 40 minutes early. According to a team spokesperson, he was knocked to the ground and got his foot stepped on, but after practice, the team said he would be fine and won't miss any time. Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer said yesterday he believes that edge rusher Micah Parsons will be in the lineup for the team in Week 1 this season. Rumors and reports for trade packages for Parsons have been swirling around the past couple weeks ever since he requested a trade out of Dallas. Parsons and his agent have not had any form of contract negotiation with the Cowboys since April, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. The two-time All-Pro has not formally practiced with the team for the entirety of training camp. In baseball last night, the Blue Jays fell short of the Pirates, losing 2-1, and the Yankees closed the gap on the AL East, getting a big win over the Rays, 6-4, having 5 more home runs in that game. That's their 5th win in a row. Yankees and Red Sox square off tonight at 7:15 for the first game of a 4-game series. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I believe that in that group right now, obviously the best thing is we've got Cole back in the fold with things, right? He's practicing all those reps that he missed from his injury. Now we're starting to make headway in that way, if that makes sense. So just feeling the game, getting back in the game, knocking the rust off, all those things that we know will come along with coming back into practice. We're seeing, and we are seeing, he's doing a nice job progressing.
Bobby Babich on Cole Bishop. One-on-ones with Dalton Kincaid yesterday, as Sal Capaccio talked about in our last segment. Cole Bishop, the Bills. How good's the Bills secondary just going to be in general this year? What's the best case scenario?
Best case scenario?
Best case scenario. Do they have it in them to be a top 5 secondary in the league?
No.
What about top 10?
10.
Like right on the outskirts of
Yeah,
that.
I would say.
So like above average secondary.
What would have to happen, though? Would this involve Max Hairston taking over and being good when he's healthy?
It's going to involve Hairston and Bishop, right?
Yes.
Those two reaching their peaks.
Yep.
This year.
I also think a little of it, too, is Christian Benford taking the step until, like, I'm a top 3 corner. Like, legitimately. This isn't a Buffalo fans say he's really good. This is everybody in the league says Christian Benford's a top 3 corner.
Yeah. I wonder if he starts to get that respect more. I mean, we'll definitely, I think, we're in store for him having another great season. Yeah, I think it's possible they're near the bottom again. In terms of pass defense, it's possible. And I think the most likely is they fall somewhere in between that. They'll be around middle of the pack because Taylor Rapp is a below average safety in the NFL, and you don't maybe have another starter.
Yep.
And I guess it also could depend how much you're buying into the Trey White hype. Where do you land on that? I am trying to not get my hopes too high for a player that I know we all have a soft spot for.
Yep.
And not let that cloud what I normally would think about a player having a camp like this. And what I normally would think is, yeah, it's training camp. And he's got an injury history. I need to see it in the regular season before I'm willing to buy in at all on him being back to form. I would have said the same thing if Jair Alexander was here. If Jair Alexander was here and having a great training camp, sure, I might be hyped up, but I would still I would hope that I would still sit here and say, yeah, like, I've got to see it in the regular season. This dude has been injured completely for years. Although, to be fair, Jair Alexander, who the Ravens decided to sign, is hurt and has been hurt for weeks. So you might not even see him on the field if he was here. I mean, that would be a great story if Trey White can do it. But I definitely think that the best case scenario for their secondary is that Max Hairston eventually takes the job.
I would
agree.
And
right now, I'm wondering if he'll be able to do that. By playoff time, you think he's starting?
Yes.
You would think right now the first snap they take in the playoffs on defense, Max Hairston is out there?
I think so.
I mean, I would hope so.
I think I think best case scenario is he doesn't have to go on the IR with designation to return after 4 weeks, because I'd really like him to be back and healthy and playing in that Saints game.
Right. That would be ideal. Although, actually, what you might say is ideal is Trey White looks so good that they go, yeah, he's ready, but the bye week's coming up in 2 weeks. Maybe we just push it off until then. And we start him against Carolina. And that's his first game.
Yeah.
That might be the best case scenario.
It might very well be the best case scenario, yeah.
803-0550 is the phone number if you have a thought on the Bills. Who is saying that Jim Harbaugh should be suspended by the NFL?
Ohio State fans.
You're warmer. You're warm. I bet he can
Denver
get this.
Fans.
It's not going to take him 20 questions to get this.
Denver fans? Not Chiefs fans.
Wait. You were already warmer. You said Ohio State fans. Now you're going colder. Stay in the Ohio State realm. You were there.
Jim Tressel.
No, close.
Ryan Day.
No, close as possible.
Terrell Pryor.
Come on, you were there. Ohio State coaches.
It's Urban Meyer.
Yeah, it's Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer says with the more recent expanded punishments for
calling
Michigan.
The kettle black, by the way.
He believes that the NFL should suspend Jim Harbaugh. Which there was a report I remember before Jim Harbaugh went to the Chargers that was something along the lines of, if he goes to the NFL,
he might not be out of the.
Yeah, he might. Yeah. They might consider, because they've done that. Jim Tressel, who you just mentioned, he was suspended by the NCAA, and then he leaves Ohio State. He goes to become like a senior whatever coach for the Colts, and the NFL suspended him for 6 games. Like, you're not escaping punishment over there. Like, you're coming here to escape. No. You're going to get games here too. And there was a report about maybe the NFL would do the same thing with Harbaugh.
I would love it,
but
they
did not
won't.
do that.
They won't. And there won't be any.
Shouldn't they, though?
No, because you want to know why?
Why?
I think the league doesn't want to set a precedent for coaches that are leaving college football to the NFL.
But what if they're leaving college football because they cheated?
Which is what Jim Harbaugh did?
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he left at the perfect time. I mean, they won 2, so like it's very convenient for him that, you know, he could label it, I accomplished all I needed to in Michigan because I won it. And
it's left that program kind of in shambles.
A little bit. And like, come on, he definitely left because he was about to get hit over the head.
Oh, what? It wasn't because of Justin Herbert? An okay quarterback?
Like, he kind of found the spot where he could kind of get away with, oh, well, this awesome quarterback. I was the coaching job for him was available. I'm going to go do that, live in L.A. But I don't buy it. I think he left Michigan because of the cheating. And I think, like, what's the right precedent? You don't think the NFL should set a precedent of, you can't just come over here when you're in trouble over there.
Unless teams over here want you.
But
because, like,
teams
if Brian Kelly got suspended for cheating at LSU, he couldn't hide in the NFL because nobody in the NFL
would want him. No, definitely not.
So
I don't think
it does matter. Your prestige does matter.
It does. What is his legacy going to be?
Harbaugh?
Yeah.
Probably being one of the best
That's his only ring. Like, between NFL and college. He's been very good. He's been good every year he's been a coach.
He walks into programs and immediately turns them around.
That's the thing. Like, and I think that's going to buy him a lot because he's really never had a bad year anywhere he's been, right, as a head coach.
He probably, without the cheating scandal, he's probably one of those guys that's in both the NFL and College Hall of Fame.
Yes, but he's definitely not going to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame unless he wins
a couple of Super Bowls,
multiple Super Bowls. Which,
do you think he's there in LA for the next 10 years? He doesn't strike me as a guy that stays places all that long. He gets bored.
No, I mean, he did stay in Michigan for a long time, but he had a connection to Michigan, right?
Yeah, he went to Michigan. Yeah.
Could he stay there for 10 years? He's 61 years old. I don't know. That would also... Listen, if he's staying there for 10 years, it's worked there. Like,
yes.
The stigma of the Chargers always screwing it up, which they always do. Like, I'm done. I've said it multiple times this offseason. I think the Chiefs are going to have trouble in their division, and Denver is the team I'm more confident in giving it to them because I've been waiting for the Chargers every year, and they've been unable. There's the stigma with them. If Harbaugh's there for 10 years, has he won the Super Bowl? He's at least a Super Bowl contender every year, isn't he? If he's there that long?
Not necessarily.
You think they could just be what they've been?
Probably.
And he's there for a decade? I think he's got to win.
They probably have to win a little, but not that much.
He's got to win a division. Like a couple divisions.
I think doesn't being in a division with the Chiefs give him, 20% grace? Like... That's good for you losing 2 games a year and not being able to get past the wild card round.
See, I think he's there to beat the Chiefs. So if it becomes evident after 5 years, this ain't happening, I could see it ending. You probably would have thought he was going to be in San Francisco for 20 years when that was happening.
What if he's as successful as Sean McDermott?
Okay, so he's making the playoffs every year.
Winning a game or two.
But he's not going to win the division like Sean McDermott does every year.
No.
So, but like winning a playoff game every year. That's a good question. How many franchises would move off a coach like that? How many franchises would keep going with a Sean McDermott? The guy that has you being relevant every year, has a great culture, is a very good coach, but every year comes up just a little bit short. And now it's been 7 years. How many teams would move on by now? I bet it's a few.
I think about half
I'm not even saying that's right. I'm just saying I think there are owners that would say, especially if it's happening to the same team, especially. I think there are owners in the league that are a little more combustible that I think would move off a guy like that.
I think there's teams that would hold on for dear life, too.
Pittsburgh.
Cleveland. That whole division. That entire division.
Ooh, you think Cleveland? I think Cleveland ownership strikes me as one where if they were this good for this long and losing to the same team over and over, that owner would
Kevin
fire.
Stefanski's been their head coach for the last 6 years.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
I mean,
has it been that long for him?
I think so. I think he's in the top half of the league in terms of long is longevity.
Yeah. Tenure. 803-0550. Steve, if you're still at home, we come back. We'll get to you when we return on the Bills and the defeat and the defense. Talked a little about the secondary there. We'll get to you when we come back here on WGR. You sent us a graphic in the break about this, like how close they are in wins and top 10s. Scheffler hasn't, by the way, finished outside the top 10 since the Players' Championship.
It's crazy.
I've got on his tour page.
And for reference, down 4 strokes at the BMW last week to start that round against Robert Mack. He was plus money to win 4 strokes down with 18 to play.
Yeah. So,
crazy.
I don't know if what we're watching is 50% of what Tiger did or 60% of what Tiger was doing, but it, to me, feels like we've definitely reached a point where this is the best we've seen since Tiger.
I agree. And I think those percentages that you threw out there are probably, if we were going to try to throw a percentage on it, I think the 50 to 60 is probably a fair number. Just, if you look at the number of wins that Scotty has at this point in his career versus what Tiger has had in terms of tournament played, majors win, it's exactly 50%. Scotty has 4 through this many starts in his career. Tiger had 8 as of this moment. But the top 10s and the top 5s are actually decently close to Tiger. So it shows that Scotty's been super, super consistent. And that's the one thing that we've, when we've been trying to make comparisons to other players, unfairly so, with Spieth and with McIlroy and some of the other guys, is that they just haven't been consistent. Scotty doesn't have the cuts made streak that Tiger did, but he's as consistent as anybody since Tiger over a prolonged stretch. It's super impressive. I mean, even Tiger would admit the field and the PGA Tour now, if you go 1 through 150, is definitely deeper and higher quality at the back end than it was when Tiger was. Just as we would say the same thing when we were comparing Tiger to Jack Nicklaus. Like, the fields were deeper for Tiger than they were for Jack. But right now what Scheffler's doing, it's pretty amazing. And I think, Joe, when you were on at Tri-County with us on Tee to Green, it's funny because, Kevin and I even were talking about it a little bit more last week, Kevin Sylvester, on part of our team, how Scotty still might not be the number 1 draw on tour. We still think McIlroy, in terms of eyeballs and gallery size, still maybe is the most polarizing figure, which obviously, Tiger had that times a billion. There's no comparison percentage-wise to that. When Tiger played, all sports eyeballs were on him. The galleries were the biggest by far. Scheffler's just kind of steady. His I think lure is his steadiness and his appreciation and maybe his approach to the game. I'm impressed with a guy that seems kind of just so calm, cool, and collective of how he's able to dominate so well.
Tuesday at 4 o'clock, guys. I mean, we are here. I mean, it is. You got one more game here, and then the Bills have to cut down to 53. I've been actually working on a projected 53-man roster, and it's super interesting because there are, as always, like spots where you're like, man, what do you do here? Do you keep this person or that person? Mm-hmm. And I find myself kind of probably with like 2 spots, I think. There's probably, at the end of the day, I think I'm pretty confident on most of it. Maybe like 3, like 50 guys I can get to. And then I'm like, well, there's like 3 spots, and I don't know how they want to massage what they're looking for special teams or at a certain position.
What would you say is the guy or the position that you're having the toughest time figuring out?
It's a good question. I think Tyrell Shavers is right there, figuring out if they want to keep 5 or 6 wide receiver. But he's you have to really kind of be understanding of the nuance of it, right? Which is, and I think most people are, it's not Tyrell Shavers as a wide receiver necessarily. It's does he offer enough on special teams that you would keep him over somebody else at another position, right? And whatever that may be. Or is Laviska Shenault someone who offers you more? Because he would offer you more on special teams. He could return kicks. He can I don't think he return punts, but he can return kicks, and he could actually play a little bit wide receiver. So you kind of have to kind of put those 2 first and kind of separate them and say, okay, then what do you do when you go against other guys at other positions, right? Like a Derek Forrest, I don't have making the team when I look at it right now, but he could certainly be a special teams player for you. But I look at the defensive backs, speak of him. That's where a real big issue is for me, guys. They kept 10 defensive backs last year. Like right now, I have them keeping 12. And I'm like, there's no way. Or I'm sorry, let's see, 1, 2, 3. They kept 8. I have them keeping 10. Sorry. Okay. They kept 8 last year. I have them keeping 10. And I'm like, I don't think they'll do that. And that's with Max Hairston going on IR to return. Like, I think that's going to happen. You know what I mean? So I'm talking 10 independent of him. And I'm just like, there's no way. That's too many.
Time for the pick of the week. What do you do there? From Riverfront Auto Sales, pick of the week. It's a big black-on-black 2022 Genesis with a twin-turbo V6. All-wheel drive and luxury features everywhere you look. This SUV will bring the power and the prestige. Stop by Riverfront Auto Sales and test drive it today before anybody else grabs the keys. 1379 Niagara Street or online, riverfrontautosales.com. If you got questions, call 716-886-1626. Pick of the week? I'm going to go preseason football. I mean, of course, we got Premier League back, and I'm excited about that. Tonight, Patriots and Giants, preseason football. I don't think you get starters, but you should get Jackson Dart. And he's been awesome in the preseason.
He has been awesome. I don't think they have the gumption to start him.
No. I think Russell Wilson is probably still going to start.
I think it's Brian Dable's best chance at saving his job.
Is Jackson Dart.
Starting him this year and him looking good.
Right out of the gates. The only argument, the only good argument I've seen against that, because I am almost always team
play the rookie,
get him in right away, don't waste any time, is their first 4 games.
Their entire schedule, dude. There's no time to insert a rookie.
That's a good point. Like,
their schedule's absurd. It's the hardest schedule I've ever seen.
They start with Washington, Dallas, Kansas City, Chargers. That's their first 4 games. If I were them, you don't have many opportunities. New Orleans in week 5 might be one of them, but then the problem is if you put him in against New Orleans, it's like, okay, for 1 week in his debut, not a bad matchup. The next 3 games, Philadelphia, Denver, Philadelphia.
Yeah, dude, it's like a gauntlet.
The best 2 defenses in football in the next 3 weeks. That's why you just play. Maybe that is why you play him right away. Because
you're probably going to be 0-4, and if you're 0-4 with a rookie quarterback compared to Russell Wilson, maybe you get a couple more weeks.
It's like, do we want him to debut against Philly?
Right.
No. Steve, we'll get to you when we come back. Went late there. 9 o'clock hour coming up. Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off, Nate in. This is WGR. Okay, so there's more with Ogunjobi because of the suspension, so we'll get more clarity on that. How about just the football part of it, Sal? Like, if there's been any buzz about what he's looked like, positively or negatively, and then really just on the football and like what the position has looked like around him. Like, Dwayne Carter was inactive so often last year and still a young player. Reports about Carter, Walker, and Sanders, the rookies. Do you feel like the Bills have liked what they've seen at that position around the veterans?
I do, and that's why I do give space to. Well, I wonder if they would say, you know what? I know we don't have to. We can just put him on the suspended list, but we can also save money because I think that you've seen enough from the rookies, Dwayne Carter and T.J. Sanders. I'm sorry, Deion Walker and T.J. Sanders, to say that you like what you've seen, right? And they're going to have to play anyway. With or without Larry Ogunjobi on the week 1 roster, he's suspended. He's not playing. So these guys are going to have to play anyway. And if you like what you've seen already, right, maybe you go forward and say, you know what? And if we really need somebody, we can tap into the practice squad. Maybe Zion Logue is there, right? And guys that you could bring back in and sign that spot. So I do think it's really interesting. And yes, to answer your question, I think that they have probably seen enough from those guys to maybe feel confident. And I haven't seen Ogunjobi really do too much. I'm not saying he hasn't been okay, but it's not like I'm not seeing him flash and be like, oh my God, yeah, wait till that guy is ready. Michael Hoyt's different. Michael Hoyt is that guy. Michael Hoyt is making plays, and you're like, wait, man, they're going to be way better when he's back. He's going to help this defense. I don't think I felt that way about Ogunjobi. He's a part of a rotation, and that rotation to me, these rookies are looking like they're going to fit right into it.
What does a Super Bowl champion team talk about at training camp? Because it feels like it's hard for just anything to be like, oh, this guy's injured or this guy doesn't look great. Yeah, but we won the Super Bowl, so whatever.
Yeah, I feel like it's very zoomed in. Like right now, I think there's a lot of worry about that third cornerback spot. So I know first world problems for a roster that's pretty complete, but I think people are concerned, behind Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Darius Slay did go to Pittsburgh. Isaiah Rodgers left in free agency as well to Minnesota. I think people were high on Keely Ringo, another Georgia player who was a 4.3 speed, high upside corner, and it's very similar to when Rasul Douglas was in Philadelphia. It feels like the front office really likes the player, but the coach doesn't. It doesn't feel like he fits the scheme. And so surprisingly, Adoree Jackson's been beating him out, and I think people are a little bit concerned about that second outside cornerback spot because they do want to keep Cooper DeJean in the slot. But, yeah, overall for a team that I think, again, is still the most complete in the NFL, I think it's kind of first world problems what Eagles fans are a little bit worried about right now. But I think people are definitely looking at those starters that, on the defensive side of the ball left in free agency, if these younger players can step up and, kind of continue that floor.
How about on their defensive line? They lose a couple guys, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat. That group so far, will they be as terrorizing, you think, this year as – last year, felt like everyone knew it. You didn't need to know their PFF grades or their pass rush win rate to know that that's one of the best defensive lines in football, if not the best.
Yeah, I do feel like the floor is a little bit lower because they are naturally younger now and more inexperienced on the defensive line. Milton Williams and Josh Sweat leave. In comes Jalix Hunt, a second-year edge rusher that's still definitely raw. He had a great playoffs, but not sure if he'll be able to carry the load as a top 2 player. I think they thought he'd be a bigger part of the rotation in year 2 than in his rookie season. But now suddenly, Brandon Graham retiring as well. Jalix Hunt's that go-to guy opposite Nolan Smith. And then it's Moro Ijoma at defensive tackle replacing Milton Williams. Both players, again, a very high ceiling, but the floor is definitely lower.
Good morning. The Bills back on the practice field yesterday. Offensive coordinator Joe Brady and defensive coordinator Bobby Babich both spoke to the media before practice. You can hear what they had to say on demand on our website. Also, keep up with what happened at practice with our own Sal Capaccio in his articles on our website, WGR550.com. Scary injury situation for the Ravens yesterday as Lamar Jackson left the team practice 40 minutes early. According to a team spokesperson, Jackson was knocked down to the ground during a play and got his foot stepped on. But after practice, the team said he was fine and won't miss any time. Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer said yesterday he believes that edge rusher Micah Parsons will be in the lineup for the team in Week 1 this season. Rumors and reports of trade packages for Parsons have been cycling around the past few weeks, ever since Parsons requested a trade out of Dallas. Him and his agent have not had any form of contract negotiation with the team since April, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, and the two-time All-Pro has not formally practiced with the team for the entirety of training camp. Overnight, the Kansas City Chiefs dealt former second-round pick Sky Moore to the San Francisco 49ers, along with a 2027 seventh-round pick in exchange for a 2027 sixth-round pick. Moore played in 36 games for the Chiefs over 3 years and is headed into the final year of his rookie contract. In baseball last night, the Blue Jays fell short against the Pirates, losing 2-1, and the Yankees had another big offensive night, hitting 5 more home runs, beating the Rays 6-4 in extra innings, earning their 5th win in a row and closing the gap on the AL East lead, now 4 games back from the Blue Jays. The Yankees and Red Sox square off for a 4-game series starting tonight. That could completely change the AL East standings. First pitch for Game 1 tonight is at 7:15. Sports Talk on WGR is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I love where our wideouts are right now. I know we've had some injuries, but I like where we're at. I feel good about 1 through 8 of being able to contribute for us. Like all different skill sets, we're going to have to figure out how to put them in and figure out those positions, personnel groupings, and we'll get to the regular season for that. But I feel really good with where our wideouts are. Josh has a good comfort level with them, and I know we haven't got some preseason games with them. You know, it was good to get Curtis back yesterday, kind of moving around, and we'll obviously ramp him back up. But I have no questions with our wideouts going into the season.
Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady, who's on Team Upside Down Hat, by the way. Don't know if you noticed that in Hard Knocks.
I'm not Team Upside Down Hat. I just don't have any.
We are I would say we are less than 12 months away. How about less than 13 months? Because I'll go to like the opener next year. From a head coach standing on the sidelines wearing an upside down hat with their team logo on it. I think we are
like a sideline hat.
A year. Yeah. Like Joe, it could be Joe Brady. Next year, Week 1, he's the head coach of the New York Giants. That might be the wrong team. His owner might fire him over that because they're so old school there. Who's good for this? Joe Brady goes and coaches Ben Johnson maybe next month.
Yeah,
upside down Bears hat.
He don't got that kind of swag. I don't think he's pulling that off.
I think Bobby Babich also has that. I don't know if he'll get a head coach job, but Brady will wear one. Liam Cohen, that's a possibility.
No.
The GM has more. The GM, like the GM in Jacksonville has the swag more than the coach.
He's a
young guy.
Kevin O'Connell.
Yes.
I would love to see. I've never seen Sean McVay in a hat.
I don't think I have.
Never seen him in a hat.
How many of the coaches wear hats? Half of them?
80%.
80%?
Mm-hmm. None of the ball
Who are the non-hat
McVay?
Pete
Carroll.
Yep. Vrabel doesn't wear a hat.
McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel. No, you're right. Yep, he doesn't. He vapes on the sidelines.
He does vape.
He doesn't.
He vapes. He doesn't wear a hat, though. Draws a line at hat.
Dable.
Dable wears one
does
now.
He?
Yes.
He does?
Yep.
A baseball cap?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I can't even picture him with a baseball cap.
I think he's one of those coaches that's like 50-50. Like D'Amico Ryans is the same thing.
D'Amico Ryans.
Like there's sometimes he's wearing a hat, sometimes he's not.
Kyle Shanahan's always got the flat brim. It's always the flat brim. Does Todd Bowles wear a hat?
No. Yes. Yes, he does.
Okay. Dan Quinn?
Backwards
hat. Yeah. Yes, we have a backwards hat, not an upside-down hat, but we do have a backwards hat.
Listen, I am...
That's right.
I do, like, the backward-forward hat thing, like the whole Colin Cowherd thing, I don't really... He looks ridiculous with a backwards hat.
Dan Quinn?
He looks ridiculous.
He looks fine.
He looks
stupid.
Why?
Because of his age, or...
Yes. I just, like, think of your grandfather.
Hair.
Think of your grandfather right now.
Yeah.
Wearing a backwards hat.
I've seen my grandfather wearing a backwards hat.
Unironically.
He pulls that off.
Your grandfather has done it ironically. He's he's probably like, oh, look at me. I'm one of you young kids. And Dan Quinn's literally just like, hell yeah, brother.
That's what Dan Quinn's doing, isn't he?
No,
he's trying to relate to the younger players, and he wants to look like the cool dad in the room.
What's it? Steve Buscemi? What's he say? It's hello, my fellow. How do you do, fellow kids? Yeah. How do you do, fellow kids?
Does John Harbaugh wear a hat? Yes, right.
Yes. Jim and John both.
Is everybody always the same? Is there anybody that like you don't know what they're going to be wearing on the sidelines that day? Mike LaFleur, that might be the guy.
Vrabel.
I feel like I've seen both. No, Vrabel's not wearing a baseball cap.
Yeah.
I don't think so. All right, let's get Steve in Texas on. He's been waiting through this nonsense. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. Sorry to steal the swag thunder there. But,
no, go for it.
Thunder.
So I called before just because I was listening to you guys talk about the roster, and, you know, it was Sal talking about projecting the 53-man, and I'm already to the point where I'm thinking at the trade deadline of, like, who is going to be this year's Amari Cooper, who's going to be the Rasul Douglas, and I'm, like, scouting through Yahoo Sports looking at the over-unders for the teams that are 5.5, 4.5, 6.5 that are going to be selling at the trade deadline.
Yep.
And I can't think of anybody that's like a difference maker on these teams that they can go and add to help get this team over the hump. Because I think that just – I'm waiting for Brandon Beane to, like, tell us, like, hey, we're going to take our shot. And, you know, we always have all these, you know, above average players, and they, you know, the Bills do have a few great players, but it's like, show me that, like, hey, we're going for it this year, and I'm making a move, and I'm throwing away some first and seconds, and we're getting somebody fantastic.
Yeah.
And we are going to make the Super Bowl. So that's what I was thinking about when I was calling before.
Steve, the only thing is those guys getting traded mid-year, like sometimes you'll get veterans, but that would be, like, you're talking, like, what, a Parsons-level player as a mid-season trade?
I mean, that would be fantastic, but just somebody that's got some name brand recognition.
Yep.
And, you know, looking at, you know, the teams that have young quarterbacks are not going to sell an offensive piece. You know, the Giants probably, or they're all trying to keep their jobs. They're not going to try to dump any players. You know, it's like, and especially out of conference, you know, it's like, okay, it's the Saints. You know, who do they have that can put Buffalo over the top? Not really anybody. The Panthers, you know, they have a young quarterback, so they're not, you know, they're still building. I don't think they want to get rid of any of their pieces.
Yep. Yeah.
It's just, you know.
I like this exercise. The other thing that I would like to, and this might make it even harder to find a perfect fit here. The other thing that I think you might want to throw into the equation, who just got there? Who, the GM, the coach, who just got there? Because a lot of those teams are going to be filled with guys that they didn't bring in, guys that they didn't draft, guys that they didn't sign. This is the Bills in 2017. They trade Watkins and Darby and Darius away. Like, they just got there. They're not tied to those players. And like you mentioned, like Dable and Joe Shane, that team might be bad, but they brought in that roster.
That entire roster's theirs.
Versus New Orleans, they might not have a player good enough for this, but New Orleans, like Kellen Moore just got there.
Yep.
Although they might have the same GM.
They just traded picks for a receiver.
Yeah.
How about that?
Thanks, Steve, for the call.
A 28-year-old second-year receiver.
I like this. Like, trying to figure out who's the right team to pinpoint for, like, who am I calling? Who wants to do the Watkins trade? You know, like, maybe you want a player better than what Watkins was, but when Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott got here, before that season, it was, hey, this guy is a starting caliber receiver. You can have him for a second-round pick. And they pulled that trade off with the Rams. Who part of that was the Bills just got there and they weren't tied to Watkins. Who's that team? Who's fresh? Who just got there? Jacksonville just got there. But don't they think they're going to be good?
They're building. They're not breaking down.
Okay.
The problem is
the Jets just got there.
Two teams,
but that's a division.
Yeah, two teams that should be selling parts that aren't are the Colts and the Browns. They're buying.
Right. And Stefanski's been there. He's going to be trying to save his job. Right?
Cowboys should probably trade somebody, but they
Jerry
won't.
Jones.
They
No,
won't.
Can't get Jerry Jones to do that. Chicago's new, but they think they're going to be good.
Yep.
Who's going to be the worst team with a first-year coach or GM? I mean, the answer is New Orleans. And
Yes.
I'm looking at their depth chart. You can't have Justin Reed. They just paid him. You're not going to be able to. You want to pay him $11 million a year?
Right.
Like, I know we want an upgrade at safety. Maybe you do want that. Can they afford it? It's another middle-level contract. Man, New Orleans is going to be bad. You know, the name I really want to mention here.
Chris Olave.
And why are you talking about receiver again?
Yeah.
Chris Olave is the guy.
Chris
right?
Olave's 100% the guy.
He's the guy on that roster. He's the best player on that roster that you could afford. He just happens to play wide receiver. I'm not even doing it on purpose. I'm telling you, he's the best player on that roster that you could afford because you can't get Justin Reed. He's $6 million cap hit, but a base salary of 1.4. You could get that on your books. You can get that.
Olave?
Player. You can get him money-wise, but you're going to have to spend a big asset, and I love the player. But what would terrify me is he feels like he's one more bad concussion away from maybe being done in the league. He's got a long concussion history. It's like Tua level almost.
Yep.
So that is risky. He'd be awesome. He'd be your best receiver immediately.
Could Tyrann Mathieu come back from retirement and then get traded to Buffalo?
Did he retire from the Saints?
Yes.
Trying to see if there's anybody else. There also isn't many positions where you would feel the need to add a star player. It's pass rusher,
Cam
it's
Jordan,
safety, and it's for me it's wide receiver.
Cam Jordan.
Okay. Cam Jordan. Is he still good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So New Orleans is a team to look at here. Don't you expect them to make a deadline move though? Like every year now? Because they've done it enough?
The Saints or the Bills?
The Bills.
Yeah.
Because every year, it's tough to predict, though, right? Because in back-to-back seasons, Cooper, they trade for, maybe that one's a little bit different. Like, why did they trade for Rasul Douglas the year prior? Because Tre'Davious White got injured.
Yep.
They needed a guy to fill in for an injury. And I feel like more often, that's where you end up adding. And how are you supposed to know in August which position is going to get injured between now and the deadline, which is the first week of November? You don't. I mean, you knock on wood, this doesn't happen. But if something happened to Terrell Bernard, who has injury history, by the way, like, I guess you traded for a middle linebacker to start for you in the play. You went out and got Bobby Wagner or some veteran like that. How would you know that's going to happen in August? The Cooper trade was a little different. The Cooper trade was, like, no one had been injured yet. Coleman wasn't hurt, right? It was just, our group doesn't look that good.
Yeah.
There was the Houston game they were coming off of. Then there was the Jet game. But our group doesn't look that good. We're just going to add this on top of what we've already got. And for that, safety's number one.
Yeah.
Like, what's the position where it wouldn't take an injury? It would be, we're in the middle of the year, and Bishop is either not healthy or Bishop's just not working out, and it's, guys, we're back to DeMar Hamlin.
You know who?
If DeMar Hamlin is starting at safety for this team, and I think DeMar Hamlin is a little underrated. Like, really, I think he's a great tackler. I think he's a great run-defending safety. I think he's always in the right place at the right time. He just lacks athleticism. No doubt, though, I don't think he should be starting for this team at safety. So if in the middle of the year, whatever the circumstances are, DeMar Hamlin is starting at safety, I think our phone lines are going to be full every day leading up to the deadline, screaming, trade for a safety, find a safety somewhere. No doubt, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know what other position you would project right now that's going to happen with. I don't think there's another one. It's obvious. That's obvious.
The team that came to mind to me, too, on potential trades, because of situation, new coaching staff, it's the Patriots. They have a ton of pieces in the defensive backfield and at wide receiver.
They're going to be good, though.
Good.
How about this? They're going to have a good record.
Okay.
I think maybe they're a team that we're going to be arguing about.
But they have,
hey, they're 7-3.
They have too many people at wide receiver. They have, and they're talking about maybe moving Duggar, but they have literally
at safety.
They've got 10 receivers.
Yeah, but who do you want? You want one of them?
I'd take Jerome Baker.
Sure, Javon Baker. Like I would
take.
He would be the Bills' 5th receiver.
What about Demario Douglas?
Another slot guy. I like him, but he's another slot guy.
What about who's the guy they signed? Who's the guy they signed 2 years ago after he tore his ACL and he came back and he really didn't do anything last year? Kendrick Bourne.
Okay, I thought for half a second you were describing Diggs, and I'm like, we're not doing that. Hollins and Diggs were their 2 signings this offseason. No, there's nobody there that goes to the top. I mean, a guy that's like you're plugging him in to start.
Okay,
those are the trades they've made at the deadline. Guys that come right in and play. And I think New England's record might be too good. That's also in the division. Maybe the Jets you could poach somebody off of. I do think, though, New England, like part of that is I look at their schedule. If you don't think New England's going to be good this year, you might be right, but their record's going to be good. They play too many bad teams to not have a decent record. It would be, I think, pathetic from the Patriots if they don't have a winning record through like the first 8 games of the season. I think it would be like I would hammer them if they don't have a winning record by then. They play the Saints in that time. They play Tennessee. They play Cleveland. They play Carolina. They play the Raiders. They play the Dolphins. They should win almost all of those games.
They should. I would agree with that.
803-0550 is the phone number on this. There was a, not to bring attention to it, but there was a fake rumor yesterday that the Bills had made an offer for Micah Parsons. It's tough to ask this question because I don't know. Like, you'd really have to have an intricate knowledge of the cap. But would you believe they've made a call on Micah Parsons?
Yeah. I believe that. I feel like they would have to. They'd have to make the call.
Those are the biggest ideas out there right now. I think such a tough time of year for Parsons because he is the perfect example of what Brandon Beane's been trying to get for years.
Yes.
And I just don't know they have any way to do it. $24 million
probably not.
On the cap. That's one where I wonder if a team can take on salary. Like, can Dallas say, hey, you're giving us what we want, so to make this work, we're going to eat half of it. Like, I guess maybe that's possible. Him not playing week 1 is also, I think, a real possibility. I think he seems to be pushing against Dallas harder than Prescott and Lamb did. And they did too. Like,
I think he should too.
Because you think he's worth more than those two?
He's the best player on the team.
Micah Parsons?
Yes. And Jerry knows it.
Mm-hmm. But he doesn't know it enough to pay him.
Yeah. Or he knows it and doesn't want to pay him.
That's Jerry Jones for you.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter's reporting that Chris Godwin has been activated off the PUP list.
Yep.
I can't imagine, though, even Schefter is saying this. He's unlikely to play until October. Godwin, who got a big contract this summer, after New England offered him like $20 million more than Tampa did total, and he decided to go with the stay in Tampa instead of go over to the Patriots. That would have been another receiver they had. Although they wouldn't have paid Diggs.
Also, I've, over the last 5 minutes, have gone through 11 teams' depth charts, and there's one team that has popped up that has a safety that could even potentially work just from a numbers game and would be worthwhile.
Who's that?
Atlanta.
Jordan
Fuller. They have Xavier Watts behind him.
Yep.
Jordan Fuller's never really been a key starter.
Right.
But is in their starting lineup currently. Otherwise, I can't even really find a team that has depth at safety where you're like, okay, that they could move a safety.
They have they have 3 starting caliber safeties. Yeah. Fuller has started 55 games in 5 years. And the games he's missed are due to injury, not because of play, it looks like. 803-0550, the phone number. Anthony in Buffalo is next up. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, good, guys. Just real quick, Micah Parsons, is the franchise tag a possibility for them to move money around for the cap? That's basically my question, man. I'll hang up and listen.
For Dallas, you're saying, Anthony, or for the Bills?
No, for the Bills. If the Bills go to trade for Micah Parsons, would they have to absorb the $4 million right off the bat, or can they move it in a way of using the franchise tag to allow for more money to be given off of the cap?
No, because whatever his contract is right now is still his rookie deal. So the contract that they'd be acquiring is fairly palatable.
No, they wouldn't, because it's the fifth-year option. So it's $24 million.
Oh yeah, so it's not particularly, and it's guaranteed. That's on the cap.
Right.
There's nothing you could do to move that number, and you could tag him, but it wouldn't be till the following season, till 2026, and at that point, it would make no sense.
Right.
If you're trading for him, you already likely have an extension in place.
Yes.
You have to. You have to have the extension in place.
Absolutely.
Is it his fifth year already?
It is his fifth year.
Wow.
Yeah, no. Dallas could tag him in a year. That'd be something, wouldn't it? It's already this ugly, and then they tag him. They tagged Prescott 2 times. They are a ridiculous franchise.
Yes, they are.
Just a ridiculous franchise.
They truly, truly are.
AJ and Wheatfield's next. What's up, AJ?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Morning.
I love the safety talk. So I always thought, if it's really that bad, the safety, if we have enough depth at cornerback, can we move somebody from cornerback over to play safety? And do you think we have the players on the team already to do so?
Thanks for the question. We've gotten it a couple times. I don't personally believe they do. No. I think if they had, if Hairston was totally healthy and Douglas was still under contract and they had added Tre'Davious White, then yeah, I think we'd be sitting here talking about, can Rasul Douglas move to safety? Or maybe they've already been doing that. Mm-hmm. But at this point, Hairston is hurt. I've got Trey White performing well at camp. He's starting at corner. And then behind him, I guess, what are you supposed to do? You want to try Dane Jackson at safety?
No, not really.
I guess that could work.
Yeah, not really.
But how confident are you that that's an upgrade over what you already have? I think if you had to start... Pittsburgh is this right now. Pittsburgh makes that trade for Jonnu Smith. Mm-hmm. They trade Minkah Fitzpatrick away, clearing a hole at safety. They take on the Jalen Ramsey contract for Miami. So now they have Jalen Ramsey on the team. The problem is, and it's a good problem to have, I guess, for Pittsburgh, they have 3 starting caliber corners already. Or they have 2 on the outside. So it's, what's going to happen here? Is Ramsey going to play in the nickel? Or there was talk of, well, we just lost Minkah Fitzpatrick. We had to take Ramsey.
A little, yeah.
He's a big corner. You want to put Jalen Ramsey at safety? In a situation like that, I think it's an idea worth bringing up. I don't think the Bills have that situation.
The problem is the safety position compared to corner. Very few people make the transition from corner to safety, largely because what the safeties have to do in the NFL is run defenders in the box.
Mm-hmm.
The Bills don't have a body type that's like a tweener.
Right.
They don't have a
big, lengthy corner.
They don't have a Cooper DeJean.
No.
Right? They did used to have Sierra Neal. But that's not a guy that moves the needle for anybody.
I mean, Christian Benford was talked about as a safety because he might have a body type a little closer to this, but at this point, he's one of the best corners in football.
Yeah.
So that's a ridiculous idea. So you're not doing that. And yeah, I don't know if you have another guy that's like that. Aaron Williams, when he made the switch to safety, he was 6'1", 210.
That's a bigger body frame.
At least that's what he's listed at. So, yeah, I don't think you have that guy. 803-0550 is the phone number. Good question, though. If you got a thought or a question, feel free to throw it our way at 803-0550. I'm going to dive through the roster a little bit more tomorrow, but do a little of that when we come back on the bubble, and we talked about Ogunjobi a little bit earlier as we try to figure out what the Bills 53 is going to look like. It's Jody Biasi, Nate Geary. This is WGR. You sent us a graphic in the break about this, like how close they are in wins and top 10s. Scheffler hasn't, by the way, finished outside the top 10 since the Players' Championship.
It's crazy.
I've got on his tour page.
And for reference, down 4 strokes at the BMW last week to start that round against Robert Mack. He was plus money to win 4 strokes down with 18 to play.
Yeah. So, like,
crazy.
I don't know if what we're watching is 50% of what Tiger did or 60% of what Tiger was doing, but it, to me, feels like we've definitely reached a point where this is the best we've seen since Tiger.
I agree. And I think those percentages that you threw out there are probably, if we were going to try to throw a percentage on it, I think that 50 to 60 is probably a fair number. Just, if you look at the number of wins that Scotty has at this point in his career versus what Tiger has had in terms of tournament played, majors win, it's exactly 50%. Scotty has 4 through this many starts in his career. Tiger had 8 as of this moment. But the top 10s and the top 5s are actually decently close to Tiger. So it shows that Scotty's been super, super consistent. And that's the one thing that we've, when we've been trying to make comparisons to other players, unfairly so, with Spieth and with McIlroy and some of the other guys, is that they just haven't been consistent. Scotty doesn't have the cuts made streak that Tiger did, but he's as consistent as anybody since Tiger over a prolonged stretch. It's super impressive. I mean, even Tiger would admit the field and the PGA Tour now, if you go 1 through 150, is definitely deeper and higher quality at the back end than it was when Tiger was. Just as we would say the same thing when we were comparing Tiger to Jack Nicklaus. Like, the fields were deeper for Tiger than they were for Jack. But right now what Scheffler's doing, it's pretty amazing. And I think, Joe, when you were on at Tri-County with us on Tee to Green, it's funny because, Kevin and I even were talking about it a little bit more last week, Kevin Sylvester on part of our team, how Scotty still might not be the number 1 draw on tour. We still think McIlroy, in terms of eyeballs and gallery size, still maybe is the most polarizing figure, which obviously, Tiger had that times a billion. There's no comparison percentage-wise to that. When Tiger played, all sports eyeballs were on him. The galleries were the biggest by far. Scheffler's just kind of steady. His I think lure is his steadiness and his appreciation and maybe his approach to the game. I'm impressed with a guy that seems kind of just so calm, cool, and collective of how he's able to dominate so well.
Okay, so there's more with Ogunjobi because of the suspension, so we'll get more clarity on that. How about just the football part of it, Sal? Like, if there's been any buzz about what he's looked like, positively or negatively, and then really just on the football and like what the position has looked like around him. Like, Dwayne Carter was inactive so often last year and still a young player. Reports about Carter, Walker, and Sanders, the rookies. Do you feel like the Bills have liked what they've seen at that position around the veterans?
I do, and that's why I do give space to. Well, I wonder if they would say, you know what? I know we don't have to. We can just put them on the suspended list, but we can also save money because I think that you've seen enough from the rookies, Dwayne Carter and T.J. Sanders. I'm sorry, Deion Walker and T.J. Sanders, to say that you like what you've seen, right? And they're going to have to play anyway, with or without Larry Ogunjobi on the Week 1 roster. He's suspended. He's not playing, so these guys are going to have to play anyway. And if you like what you've seen already, right? Maybe you go forward and say, you know what? And if we really need somebody, we can tap into the practice squad. Maybe Zion Logue is there, right? And guys that you could bring back in and sign that spot. So I do think it's really interesting. And yes, to answer your question, I think that they have probably seen enough from those guys to maybe feel confident. And I haven't seen Ogunjobi really do too much. I'm not saying he hasn't been okay, but it's not like I'm not seeing him flash and be like, oh my God, yeah, wait till that guy is ready. Michael Hoyt's different. Michael Hoyt is that guy. Like, Michael Hoyt is making plays, and you're like, wait, man, they're going to be way better when he's back. He's going to help this defense. I don't think I felt that way about Ogunjobi. He's a part of a rotation, and that rotation, to me, these rookies are looking like they're going to fit right into it.
Yeah, I think with Jordan, we're seeing the playmaking ability within his game. It's a work in progress. The NFL game is a lot different than the college game as far as that goes, right? I'll just give you one example, situational football. Even onboarding the situational football, not only is he learning a new scheme, but you onboard situational football. There's a lot to learn. There is progress with all these guys. It's a work in progress, right? So that's what I'd say. Jordan's talented, and we're still working on the details with him.
Bobby Babich on Jordan Hancock. 5th-round rookie, Ohio State. Maybe he gets in the lineup at some point during the year. Maybe even early at safety. Good morning. It's a cloudy day.
That's worst case scenario, right? He has to play.
That Jordan Hancock has to play?
Yeah.
The way you put it,
I like him.
play.
But if he's playing, I think it means it's gone horribly wrong.
I almost feel like if it was in that circumstance, then yes, that's bad. If you told me right now, hey, week 1 of the playoffs, Jordan Hancock is your starting safety, I might guess that could be a good thing in that, that must mean he's impressed them a lot. Sure. Because he's overtaken, who's he overtaken? A 2nd-round pick.
Yep.
And a veteran that, while we all know is limited, Damar Hamlin, we also know they trust in a big way. And he's starting as a rookie when they often don't treat I might even think that would be a good thing. If it was because he kind of earned it. Anyways, 803-0550 is the phone number if you got a thought on safety. Yesterday, Gabe Davis was visiting with the team, reportedly. We don't have anything on how that went or whether it's even still happening or whether it did happen yesterday or if they pushed it off or whatever. We talked a lot about Gabe Davis yesterday. This probably doesn't surprise you, but we're in fantasy football season. Gabe Davis, last 25 years for the Bills, most fantasy points in a game, playoffs or regular season, most fantasy points in a game, 52 against the Chiefs with 4 touchdowns and 200-plus yards.
I'm not playing fantasy football in the playoffs.
That's right. So. But they do have it listed just from the stat line.
They do, but no one actually cashed out on that.
Unless you had him in daily.
Can
you give me the other 7 Bills since 2000, last 25 years, to have 40 or more fantasy points in a game? 7 Bills, 40 or more fantasy points in a single game.
Well, Josh Allen.
Josh Allen has done it 3 times.
Okay.
The most he's ever had. He's the only other Bill with 50. He had 52 against the Rams in the loss last year. How about that? The most fantasy points in a game. They lost it 44-42.
Stevie Johnson.
Barely 40 points against the Bengals. That's the Why So Serious game.
Yep.
He had 40 that day in a 49-31 win over the Bengals in 2000.
This is playoffs and regular season.
Yes, but I will tell you there are no other playoff games on here.
Okay. Good to know.
There's no one in Allen in the perfect game.
Shady McCoy.
No LaShawn McCoy. The most LaShawn McCoy ever had was 33.
Okay.
Bills beat the Niners in 2016, 45-16. What is that game?
Sammy Watkins.
No Sammy Watkins. I don't remember this win over San Francisco. Oh, yes, I do. Kaepernick. They won 1 game that year. They were terrible. No on Sammy Watkins. So far, you have Allen and Stevie Johnson. 40 or more fantasy points in a game for the Bills.
Did Diggs ever do it?
Diggs did it twice. Great. He did it against the Titans on Monday Night Football. He had 44.
What's the oldest?
And then he also did it against New England in the game where he shouted at a bunch of Patriots fans to go bleep yourself.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. Yeah.
Bleep you, bleep you, bleep you.
Yeah, that was
so
awesome.
And now he's on New England.
Yes. Fred Jackson.
No on Fred Jackson.
I
the
feel
most
like
Fred Jackson
Knox had a game where
I thought Knox, but it was going to be the playoffs to me. That was it, though.
Oh, yeah. That's
Fred Jackson had 33 points against the Lions in 2010.
Okay.
You're guessing Dawson Knox?
Was he in there?
My list goes through 68 names, and he's not listed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Larry Centers is on this list.
Wow.
But not Dawson Knox.
That feels disrespectful.
Larry Centers had 31
Lee Evans.
points. Lee Evans is correct. Do you know the game? It's not impossible, but it's
three
gettable.
touchdowns.
3 touchdowns, maybe all in the first
From
half.
J.P. Lossman.
Yep, against
the Texans.
Yes.
Woo! I got it. I still got it.
49.5 points. It goes Davis 1, Allen 2, Lee Evans 3 with 49.5 points against Houston. 2006.
I would have never in a million years gotten
He had like 2 75-yard touchdowns on like the first 2 drives of the game.
Yeah.
I loved Lee Evans.
So we've got 3 left.
Lee Evans with Josh Allen would catch how many yards?
Oh, man.
3,000.
It'd be good.
Not really.
It'd be good.
Isn't he the perfect type of receiver they need?
Yes.
Or could use?
Yes.
Plays on the outside. He's a burner down the field. All right.
3 left?
1, 2, 3 left.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Nope. No other quarterback.
No other quarterback.
Cook?
Look at Trent Edwards has got a 35-point game.
James
in here.
Cook?
Where is Fitz? No on James Cook. Fitzpatrick never had a 30-point fantasy game for the Bills.
Wow.
Let alone 40.
Let me throw one in here. T.O.
Nope. Ooh. Now, he did have 35 in that, so close.
Cincinnati game?
No, Jacksonville, where he caught a 98-yard touchdown.
Okay, yep.
So he had 17 on one play, but he didn't get, well, he doubled it. He got the 34.
Ooh. Spiller? Big game
Close.
for Spiller?
No, 37.7 against Miami in 2011. You still have receivers and running backs left.
Okay. 2 receivers and a running back? Is that what we're here?
Other way around.
Okay, 2 running backs. Antoine Smith.
Nope.
Marshawn Lynch.
Nope. It's tough because the Bills
wait.
always drafted running backs in the first round.
Mike Gillislee.
It's not Mike Gillislee.
Damn it. I was really proud of that one, that it popped into the brain.
Mike Gillislee not in the top 68.
McGahee in there?
McGahee, 40.2 against the Seahawks in 2004 at Seattle. The only thing I remember about that game is that Jerry Rice was on the Seahawks. And it's the only game I ever remember, well, maybe 2. There's 2 games I remember watching Jerry Rice play football. This is going to really show my age. Maybe people feel old here, maybe. It's that game with the Seahawks, and then it's the Super Bowl where the Raiders lost to the Bucs.
All right, so we have a receiver and a running back left.
Yes.
I'm not going to be thick and say that it's Thurman.
No, not in 2000 on.
Is Beasley?
I'm sure
Beasley
Thurman did
receiver? Beasley?
Beasley's not on the list.
John Brown's not on it, I would guess.
Beasley never had 30.
Caught, you would
John
one game
Brown had 34 against Miami in 2019.
Okay.
But not
the
40.
running back is really bothering me a little.
Yeah. It's not one of the guys now.
Is it before or after I graduated high school, the running back?
Before.
Oh. Not good news for me, Nate.
What kind of question is that? When did you graduate high school?
2010.
I mean, I guess you did cut 15 years off of your guessing game.
2020, so it was a little different.
Right, if you would ask that question, I'd be like, okay, so you eliminated Cook. Good job.
Right.
You eliminated a lot.
Singletary.
Singletary's not correct. By the
no,
way.
I
What's the most Singletary had? Singletary
12.
not on the list.
What good running backs?
You're missing a guy that I think you could argue is on the Mount Rushmore for Bills running backs.
Oh.
Could argue.
Travis Henry?
Travis Henry.
Okay.
He had 40 points against the Jets. They lost in overtime, week 1, 2002. And then you're missing one receiver.
That we should get, right?
43.5 points.
We should get this? Peerless Price?
Yes. Oh. I couldn't even answer whether he should have gotten it before he got it. Peerless Price. Remember the game?
Peerless
Long time ago,
Price.
but it's a memorable Bills game.
Bledsoe. Patriots comes to mind, but I don't think it's the Patriots game.
At Minnesota.
Okay, I wouldn't have got that.
45-39 in overtime.
Okay.
Price in overtime caught a 48-yard touchdown pass to win it.
Okay, I actually remember
Bledsoe.
that game.
He ended the day. Listen to this stat line from Peerless Price. 16 targets, 13 catches, 185 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Dees.
for Peerless Price in that game. That was also in the top 10 here.
Decent day.
If you are interested in like what the record is, all time for the Bills, like doesn't
Number
matter what if I take off the 2000 to 2025, the most fantasy points in a game by a Buffalo Bill ever was Jerry Butler, who had 60.7 in Week 4, 1979. And then you got Cookie Gilchrist in there and then Gabe Davis.
But these are projected stats. No one was playing fantasy football back then.
Well, they are. I mean, they are stats.
Yeah.
You just have to convert touchdowns to 6 and, yards to 0.1. It's a pretty easy conversion. No one was playing fantasy football in 1979. I bet somebody was out there doing it.
I don't know.
Sal talked about doing it in the 80s when he was in college. So,
maybe.
79, someone was out there playing fantasy.
Maybe.
79.
Yeah. It definitely. I mean, it's not it's not the industry that it is now, obviously.
When did you start playing fantasy?
High school.
High school?
Yeah.
Okay.
I still have my league that got together our junior year of high school is still going.
Yep.
We originally made a rule, and the league is called the Legion of Dads. That when you became a father, you immediately got kicked out of the league. But we didn't do it.
What kind of rule is that?
We were 16. We were like, hey, when you have a kid, you get kicked out of fantasy. But then we all became adults, and then everyone started having kids. We're like, all right, that doesn't seem like this league will be able to continue on.
It's a ridiculous rule. Yeah. We talked about in our league, considering it did not pass even close, but the John Hamm rule for your fantasy league. Are you familiar with the John Hamm rule?
I am not familiar with the John Hamm rule.
For those out there that are not familiar with the John Hamm rule for your fantasy league, essentially what it is let's say you have an odd number of teams in your league.
Okay.
You're actually not going to have an odd number. What is going to happen is, and the reason this is John Hamm rule, because John Hamm is in a league like this. He told the story of it. Let's say you have 13 people that are in the league. You all show up to the draft. Okay? You're getting ready to draft. You all show up to the draft.
Okay.
Right before the draft begins, the champion from the previous season gets to stand up and make an announcement of who's not participating in the league that year.
He gets to relegate somebody.
Yes. We're all at a table. We're a bunch of I won last year. I stand up and go, Nate,
you're out.
Take a hike. You're not playing this year. So imagine you are at the draft. You're ready to draft your team. You're ready to win it, and you get pointed at. You're not playing this year. That's the John Hamm rule. Could definitely end some friendships.
Yeah.
How does it affect draft order though? Like, what if you're supposed to?
You randomize.
Like if we did that in my high school league, it would be the same person every year. Everyone would just pick the same person.
I think he went on to say there's a rule where you can't. The same person can't get picked 2 years in a row.
Okay.
But maybe
you would have to make that rule in our league.
Because, then you would just have a 12-team league.
Yeah. Or we would just
you would have just kicked him out permanently.
Yeah, right.
And just gone through the mechanics of it every year. You don't need that in your lives, that rule. Just do a guillotine.
No, I agree. You definitely don't need that in
Just
your
do
lives.
a guillotine league. You do it every week. But it's natural and it's earned when you get kicked out. Guillotine leagues. Which, by the way, they have on all the apps now. Thinking Sleeper, they're called Chop Leagues.
Yeah.
They're called Guillotine Leagues on Yahoo. So if you're one out there and I don't want to run it, I don't want to do the manual stuff, this season the apps and the sites are starting to do it.
That was my biggest thing with Guillotine was the manual.
Right. But now Now it's automatic. Extendo Sports when we come back, and we'll get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up here on WGR. What does a Super Bowl champion team talk about at training camp? Because it feels like it's hard for just anything to be like, oh, this guy's injured or this guy doesn't look good. Yeah, but we won the Super Bowl, so whatever.
Yeah, I feel like it's very zoomed in. Like right now, I think there's a lot of worry about that third cornerback spot. So I know first world problems for a roster that's pretty complete, but I think people are concerned, behind Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Darius Slay did go to Pittsburgh. Isaiah Rodgers left in free agency as well to Minnesota. I think people were high on Keely Ringo, another Georgia player who was a 4.3 speed, high upside corner, and it's very similar to when Rasul Douglas was in Philadelphia. It feels like the front office really likes the player, but the coach doesn't. It doesn't feel like he fits the scheme. And so surprisingly, Adoree Jackson's been beating him out, and I think people are a little bit concerned about that second outside cornerback spot because they do want to keep Cooper DeJean in the slot. But, yeah, I mean, overall, for a team that I think, again, is still the most complete in the NFL, I think it's kind of first world problems what Eagles fans are a little bit worried about right now. But I think people are definitely looking at those starters that, on the defensive side of the ball left in free agency, if these younger players can step up and, kind of continue that floor.
How about on their defensive line? They lose a couple guys, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat. That group so far, will they be as terrorizing, you think, this year as, last year, felt like everyone knew it. You didn't need to know their PFF grades or their pass rush win rate to know that that's one of the best defensive lines in football, if not the best.
Yeah, I do feel like the floor is a little bit lower because they are naturally younger now and more inexperienced on the defensive line. Milton Williams and Josh Sweat leave. In comes Jalix Hunt, a second-year edge rusher that's still definitely raw. He had a great playoffs, but not sure if he'll be able to carry the load as a top 2 player. I think they thought he'd be a bigger part of the rotation in year 2 than in his rookie season. But now suddenly, Brandon Graham retiring as well. Jalix Hunt's that go-to guy opposite Nolan Smith. And then it's Moro Ijoma at defensive tackle replacing Milton Williams. Both players, again, a very high ceiling, but the floor is definitely lower.
All right, Extendo Sports, the Norton Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up next. I was just looking through this chart of former Bills getting huge fantasy totals. Jerry Butler in 1979, that 60-point fantasy game I mentioned, he had 10 catches for 255 yards and 4 touchdowns in 1979 when nobody threw the football like that. Wild. What else? I don't know if you saw the story at the arena with the leak. It was a sprinkler head, for those that were wondering. How far you know what's funny? Every day I see one of the Sabre accounts point out how many days we are until the Sabre season, and it's always so much closer. Like, doesn't it feel like it is eons away right now? And like, oh, the preseason is a month from today.
Is it really a month from today?
Or a month from tomorrow. Yeah, September 22nd is the first preseason.
So that means training camp is in like
2 weeks?
2 weeks or so?
3 weeks? Not to spend much time on the Sabres. This is what the segment's for, I guess. We're like a month away from the preseason, a couple weeks away from training camp. I know we were waiting for a Bo Byram trade, and like nobody's waiting on that anymore. Where's the Alex Tuck extension? It's fine. Not a panic. But if they show up to training camp without an extension done, people are going to be asking why. That was one of those things where I wondered, could he leave? Could he not want to stay? And then it was, they're probably going to have a deal done at like 12:01 on July 1st when he's eligible. And he's been eligible for a month plus 21 days for an extension and no extension. And I haven't seen any reports about talks. Maybe they'll do it once he gets here.
I've seen very little about it. It's just kind of he's open to it, and that's it.
And maybe it's just not the time of year that they discuss it.
Yeah. Everybody's on vacation or whatever.
I did see he was included on the USA Hockey. So it's a big year. Olympic hockey is back for the first time in like a generation. I can't wait.
I know.
USA Hockey sent out their invites to their orientation camp, which basically I see it as these are the players we're considering.
Yeah.
If to make the team, you're probably on this list. Thompson was on the list. No surprise at all. Tuck was on the list. He was the last listed player on it. Maybe that doesn't matter. Bottom 6 winger for Alex Tuck.
That's a good role for him. Like, he'd be very effective in that kind of a spot.
Led the league in shorthanded goals. He could penalty kill for you. I think he's a top, one of the best forecheckers in the NHL. Like, he could make the Olympic team.
He's the kind of guy that Canada took last year, that everybody was upset that Canada took last year because they were trying to build a team, that kind of thing.
Well, but see, I get mad at that when they take a guy who scores like 18 goals. I'll never forget when the U.S. took Justin Abdelkader to a tournament.
Yeah, I mean,
this isn't that. Alex Tuck scored 36 goals in 2 of the last 3 years.
And U.S. Brock Nelson, same idea, I think, similarly. Like, they're role guys, except I think Tuck is a more premium
he's above that
than most of those other role level players.
Yeah, Brock Nelson went to the Four Nations last year. He had 43 points.
Yeah.
Tuck had almost as many goals as Nelson had points. Right. So, yeah, I think there's a difference.
I think Tuck is better at doing all the stuff that Nelson does anyways.
Yeah, so I might want to fight on his behalf for making the Olympic team once we get a lot closer to it.
I've been thinking about that a lot too.
All right, that's going to do it for us. Extra Point Show on the way next. Stay tuned here on WGR.